Hello and good evening, everybody. We are back for some NECC Rainbow Six action. I am Cairo, one of your casters for this evening on the virtual casting desk, and well, joined by the wonderful, the amazing, it is Tari. How's it going, bro?
I'm doing great. It's going wonderful. My arm is a little bit out of sorts, but it'll get sorted as the game goes on. It'll just get knocked right back into place. Someone is getting knocked around this game, most likely.
Well, that's it.
This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one. Hopefully, we get to see exactly who is going to get knocked around as we do see the maps that we're going to be heading to. Well, me and you went in blind here. It looks as if we're going to get a cafe and club game.
Yeah, cafe, club, a little bit standard. A lot of fun, though. Maps that some teams try to avoid, because if you're going up against a team that really knows either cafe or club, you could be in a lot of trouble. But we're also going to be going to Villa, which is another map where teams can really know. I expect to see a lot of really good game knowledge on Villa if we do make it there. I expect Cafe to Club to be very strong maps for their respective picks, whoever picked them. And I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, well, I guess if we do get to Villa, it will be interesting, considering that we have moved away to a very structured Villa now to, I guess, it's a little bit loose, it's a little bit, tastier getting those gunfights in, but, well, eyes on Cafe Dostoevsky first off. Well, it's kind of, we talk about Siege, and it's more towards this kind of loose and kind of, I don't know, gunner heavy meta, but Cafe isn't really in that same scenario. It's kind of stayed in the old 20-second meta where things are a lot more slower.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with your lack of options attacking the top floor, especially on Cafe. You kind of have to deal with Pixel. There's almost no way around it. Unless you're swinging through windows, you're just going to have to deal with Pixel. Playing well, and if they invest enough ability, well, it's going to be up to those attackers to really try and figure out a game plan, and that can be really difficult. Moving into the map ban phase, Cafe Dostoevsky, just like every other map, has a few common bans. Usually you see a Thatcher first and foremost, and Will Mississippi give it to us? Drumroll, please. And of course, Thatcher always off the board. You cannot have can't have the SAS here. Not allowed.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Thatcher just not allowed to play on any single competitive map. I mean, breaching such a core aspect of this game, and well, he aids that significantly. Jackal, another operator which kind of hinders another core part of the game, which is roaming. Obviously, his ability to be able to scan little footsteps on the floor, give away positions of other players. I don't necessarily think it's a great ban on Cafe. A lot more operators that are, well, I guess, more common, a lot more oppressive. But, well, anyway, the Spanish operator off the board, and so is the Italian Maestro.
We're really having a grand slew of European operators getting taken off. I actually like the Jackal ban in some respects. It doesn't really help with the top floor, but on the bottom floors, it can really help punish the roam. If you roam too hard, well, when you fall back, that Jackal will be able to track you and make that execute just a little bit easier. Valkyrie is a really standard ban right now in this meta. The amount of intel it can provide, those black eye cameras just can really put a damper on things, especially for the attackers being nitro self from below or getting peeked from nowhere. And unlike something like a Maestro Cam, which is also taken off the board, you sometimes just don't know the Valkyrie exists. Interestingly enough, though, we will be seeing an IQ. It doesn't have the usual suspects to take out like Valkyrie cameras, but still could have proved a damper or proved to hurt, especially against the Caden Jaeger.
Yeah, it's really interesting what we're seeing getting brought here. Capitao obviously really good, especially at clearing out Pixel, but I'm seeing a clear lack of utility on the front of the attackers that is Oswego. I mean, we have to look here. What's kind of being brought? Breaching capabilities. I mean, guess you've got the breaching charges or the breaching kind of abilities on the pocket of Zero. That's the one thing that I would bring out. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm getting really worried for throwables and explosives here, because the only thing that can really destroy utility would be that Zofia kind of grenade launcher. And we look towards the other side there, we do have one shield. I would say this kind of site is always linked very much to shields in the way that they're played. They're lucky that there isn't, I guess, a Goyle being brought, which we are used to seeing, especially a kind of dual shield on Freezer and in towards Pixel. Worried about that, but we'll need to see how the round gets played out.
You were mentioning that there's a lack of throwables for Pixel, but there is something that can still counteract the Pixel play. And that is particularly going to be the Capitao. Now, we're actually not going to see the normal Pixel extension using the deployable shield. In fact, it doesn't look like there maybe only be an ADS and maybe a player playing against the wall. Instead, they're completely invested into washrooms. They're going to forego Pixel and instead play into the bathroom and in the freezer using the deployable shield and hoping that that will work out in place of Pixel. And unfortunately, I think Oswego kind of lucked out here because, again, they would have struggled against any Pixel hold. Capitao couldn't get any work done, but they're very well set up to deal with all the hard walls that are being brought out because they have 4 mini breaching charges. While they may not have a dedicated hard, the ability to open up 4 separate, unique, small angles that they can hold and back away from at any time is really going to be beneficial, especially in the later rounds once they get that, or later half of the round, if they can get the plant down and hold those angles from long range, while mantling through those, small square holes is going to be a death sentence for any defender trying to retake.
Without a doubt, and already we are seeing exactly what the plan is from both teams. We do see the Jaeger melee out on the roam, and looks like Blobfish trying to put some pressure in towards Pixel and in that white corridor with spraying the GA already. The breaching's going to begin as they start to, well, I guess, make their way in towards this piano area or cigar lounge, whatever you prefer in terms of your call out. Rooney, the only line of defence so far that will be met when it comes to this position. Now, a lot of time wasted so far. We are on a minute 20. Danke, the Capitao, has actually managed to make his way all the way through and gain so much control. But will the Rooney be alerted after that smoke bolt has gone out?
Opening kill comes out. Jamak1 getting the opening kill against Blobfish. That's a real unfortunate one there. The plant's going down. Denki's picking the plant. There's actually no response. Cade is pushed up against the wall but doesn't realize it. Plant's stuck. Denki takes a lot of damage. Null goes for the swing. Kills come out though, but they're all for Mississippi. It's going to be a 2v5 post-plant situation. The detriment of the attackers. Very low health as well, but finally response. But there's a response back. Spicy Fish now alone. Needs to close out against 2 more on such low health. Such a bad position. Gets pinched out. And that's going to be the first round for Mississippi.
Yeah, a great first round there from Southern Mississippi. They were very patient, but Oswego maybe just a little bit, I don't know, rushed their attack, rushed the plant. They got the plant down, but they weren't set up for it. It just came down to an absolute flurry of chaos. And the site after that plant went down, and well, first round did go in favour of those defenders as they were the ones who were able to thrive within the chaos. Anyway, we do move on to the second round of kitchen service and cooking, and well, this is a really interesting site because this site can kind of be linked to the, well, I guess, Clubhouse in the way it's played, and the fact that, well, you can kind of see really large extended roams, verticality to hold in towards site, etc. So we'll need to see how Oswego actually go about this, because, well, actually, it doesn't look as if there's going to be much of a roam this time round.
There wasn't really much of the roam telegraphed last round either. There was a player below, probably trying to protect that aid charge. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's reading chat, but previous sites being unlocked, I'm pretty sure our wonderful spectator, Chief Casts, is using his scrim setup. You know, when you're used to scrimming, want to be able to test out that one site multiple times, probably just forgot. Wrong playlist. It is what it is, and both these teams have competitive integrity to not go back to the same site. So we're going to be seeing kitchen instead of the top floor. This is going to play out a lot differently. If there is any utility soak, it'll be mostly centered around the bakery area. That's most likely where we're going to see any sort of utility soak coming out, but no, it's actually going to be placed into the VIP area over on the east side of the map. Hopefully that Oswego can read into that and either take control of the bakery, which is being given to them for free it seems, or they can deal with that backside player if they're hoping to go for a front-side push.
I'm a bit confused as why the smoke actually went upstairs there to reinforce the hatch when you do have a Cade. When that's not necessarily playing my books. It should be null voidus going up there as they have almost little to no setup, and the smoke doing reinforcements and I guess site destruction because they're the only ones with the shotgun. Guess you could get the Rooney to do that, but that's me just being a little bit picky on what's happening right now. Already we are seeing the players go about their business. A little bit of waste maybe with that breach charge, but hey ho, again, me being picky. The droning being done here, there needs to be an extended drone, needs to be a lot of time spent in clearing out certain positions, as we did see the Jaeger was in towards Reading, and if they misdrone him, especially on a map like Cafe, it could really, really hurt the attacker's movements.
Mello just posted up inside the reading room. Let's back up nearby if anything should go wrong, and actually, don't see the backup. I believe they're hiding behind the UI. Either way, they're going to be playing inside of the reading room, hoping to stall out as much time as possible. And it's working. Oswego have to drone every corner on the second floor because they know that there might be a player up here. And if they fail to do so, just like Spicy Fish does there, then it can end in disaster. Mello could go huge here. Hit unsuspecting players of Oswego, push down, but no! Misses the shots and is now stranded upstairs. Spicy Fish gets dropped, though. 1v1 against Danky. Danky doesn't know exactly where he is, though. Mello going huge. A third! He's looking for all 5! He's already done damage to the Buck, but no, he actually gets caught out from behind by Blobfish. That means 2v4. Goes down, Max slays, will pick it up. Hopefully they can get something going because they do have vertical, but only a minute to capitalize on it.
That is absolutely huge from the Jaeger. That potentially could have ruined this full round in one swift play. All it needed to do, drone, just move 180 degrees and they would have seen the Jaeger, but no, that was not to be the case. 45 seconds remaining, well, a little bit of verticality being created for these attackers, and it's just to see if there's any freebies, but remember, that's not all they have to deal with. There's still so much setup downstairs here. Look towards this VIP section. No, moving through the smoke, the butt getting taken out. Blobfish, he's in the dirt now. It's all up to Dax Slays, but he doesn't look as if he's going to be slaying anything as he looks the wrong way. Maybe gets one, but the smoke does a lot of damage. Just waiting to see the round out here. 10 seconds remain. Players left and right, and finally it's Retza to, well, get rid of whatever dirt is left on his map. Kidding on. Now we move on to round 3, we move on to a tertiary site where we should see the attackers actually win out, but the attacks, there's so many minimal mistakes being made that it's just costing the full round. For instance, misdrawing the Jaeger in the first round, just not setting up your proper post plan and creating that chaotic ending. So now on round 3, it needs to be perfect.
It does need to be perfect. You have to clamp down on those tiny mistakes because any chink in the armor could be a devastating wound. I mean, we just saw a drone not turning that could have been disastrous. You were talking about the breaching charge early last round where they had a buck nearby, but they decided just breaching charge the hatch. I mean, what could go wrong? Well, what could go wrong is there could be a nitro cell in that. I don't know if Mississippi are planning on punishing that. They obviously weren't extended that far on the roam. Didn't end up happening, but small things like that, you overlook something because you're like, oh, it'll never happen, it happens 1 in a million. Well, those 1 in a millions end up happening because you don't do the things that you're supposed to do, because you don't check your boxes, you don't cross your T's, you don't dot your I's, you end up with triple kills by Jaegers who are just sitting in corners. We call those rat plays, and because, well, you ratting around hoping to find any little scrap that you can get, and it wasn't just a scrap, they got a huge hunk of cheese, a full round win, just based off the play of a sole player just being destroyed. You have to clamp down on it, you have to tighten down and play perfect.
Yep, we certainly will need to see that, and well, if we really have to look towards this site, we have to think about the top floor as well. I mean, that tends to be where most of the action is. If you're an avid watcher of Rainbow Six, you'll know this, that the fact that we usually see a cocktail extension when defending in towards reading room. It really is going to be a hard task to remove this because already we aren't seeing much leverage in terms of operator picks from Oswego, and that's where we start to kind of question what is happening here because, well, you're not bringing the standard stuff, you're not bringing, I guess, a Habana for the very least. I mean, Habana is so OP and you see her in most of the T1 lineups, and that's for a reason because she is a long range charge, but she's got so much capability of destruction. And right now, I do get more and more worried for Oswego as they do take a minute to even get into the map and drone out exactly where to go.
I do like Oswego's not ability to adapt, but their willingness to change things up. Because again, you were talking about not bringing Habana, but they are bringing 4 secondary hard breach gadgets, which, while isn't a replacement for Habana, can be very strong when utilized properly, and it's a newer change, so we're seeing Oswego try and actually utilize these new changes and try to maybe shake up the meta a little bit. It's not working out for them so far, as they'll lose the opening player. It will get traded back, so hopefully that their inventiveness can pan out. Nice shot by Miller. Thank you. It's dropped. Neptune also dropped off screen. This is just falling apart. They're getting completely stalled out here, and now it's just Spicy Fish in the 1v4. Very unlikely for them to be able to find anything here, but they're gonna go ahead and give it the old college try. Hopefully they can salvage something, but it's not looking likely.
Snow as he creeps up the bar, does down the Jaeger. Mello stopped in his tracks. Second death of the match for him. And well, he has been on a bit of a rampage, but there is one more to fight. It is Toon. And well, there we go. We move on forward to the 4th round. And well, something that needs to be said here is that was a perfect rotation. That was all 3 sites attempted were won out by us defenders here. And well, this is the thing though, right? We've got to kind of look at this and look at what went wrong. And let's not be too harsh on the attackers. They are trying things, but the point is they keep making small mistakes. I just feel as if I would be a lot more easier again if they brought things like Ayana. Yes, this is exactly what we love to see. Nades, being able to nade out positions, put pressure on that way. This is what I like to see. I know the Ayana was brought in the second round and then eventually switched off of, but on this top floor site, Ayana, extremely strong.
Ayana is strong because of the 2 grenades, plus the Gon 6, the pistol explosive. It can clear a lot of utility. It's a lot of power to bring in one operator. In fact, Ashe was nerfed for more reasons, but Ayana has yet to feel the wrath of the nerf hammer. Buck, though, losing his nades, does have the hard breach gadget, and that's probably why we're seeing a little bit more Buck play here today, is because Buck just recently got the buff, or kind of the buff with the secondary hard breach gadget getting buffed recently. So I don't know if this is Oswego reading too hard into the patch notes and being like, oh, the secondary hard breach gadget's so good right now, we should really focus that, we should prioritize that. Or if it really is, they just really believe in the strategy. And I hate to say it's not working out for them. They've shown that it can work. They did get a little bit of control the first round using the hard breach gadget to open up walls, but nothing too crazy.
Yep. Well, we'll need to see exactly how.
There's nothing. What? Okay, sorry. They've really wowed me yet, or how out of the box they've been playing.
Yeah, sorry, I think I just had a little dip in the internet, maybe.
That might have been me too.
Oh, well. Anyway, we moved through it. I totally agree, and this is where things. It does get worrying, because if we do see Southern, I think it's Southern Mississippi, if they, or Southern Miss Eagle, sorry, apparently I just can't read, if they kind of, I don't know, win the next round, then you've got to move on towards another strong site, etc. Oswego then are really looking to try and climb back into this one, but we will need to see exactly what is going to happen here as well. I'm still trying to figure out what the plan is here. Maybe the Buck's going to go below, try and remove the maybe some utility that is on the red wall, and well, then therefore we can get the wall open. It will need to be breaching charges again from the Capitao. Don't necessarily agree with the way that they're doing things, but then again, I mean, it seemed to work last time. They do have only 2 hard breach charges, and one's already being used, as we can see right now. Multiple hole, and there goes the Ayana clone, trying to figure out where players are, get the information, splits right through all the way to Pixel, where we found out exactly where the Rooney is hiding, in towards bathroom, and already we're seeing a flurry of kills from the defenders. 3 down, and well, it's only 2 remaining. Spicy fish and blobfish, the 2 aquatic creatures, and well, they may be flapping about out of water. Looks as if the Zofia is going to rotate towards top red, and well, the round is looking like it's already over.
Yep, and there it is, cleaned up for a flawless round. The Jaeger of Mellow lurking and working to hit that hard-hitting flank. There was some flank watch, like a nomad, something. Oh well, no reason to dwell on it for too long. Southern Mississippi, I mean, they put up very stalwart defenses. There was not much getting past what they had put up. And even if they had, we saw how really strong Southern Mississippi's retakes have been just in the first round. So I doubt that round was going Oswego's way.
Cool. So, well... Right, well, we'll need to see exactly what is going to happen on this bottom floor site. The Mira is going to get 6th off of again. Seems as if Southern Miss Eagle are trying to somewhat bait their opponents here, but well, that doesn't seem to be the case. As we do see a sledge. Oh, I was getting 6th off of there, but well, that is not going to be the case. He's going to stay there. And, well, I mean, the Scottish operator is not a bad pick. He's got a good gun. He's got that Haber hammer that can destroy flooring. Well, on top of that, he's got 2 nades to boot. Finally, we are seeing a Habana being brought though, which I'm extremely happy about, in Complexity 404. Hopefully he doesn't go missing in this round after, well, we saw Melo's play last time.
Melo's just been putting in the work on the flanks. I believe that was a double kill only for them last round. And I mean, obviously we saw what happened on the second round when they weren't droned out, got a triple kill. So, I mean, 8 kills in 4 rounds is nothing to scoff at. So far, a KPR of 2.0. And if you're not too familiar with Siege stats, usually KPRs average out a little bit below 1. Usually it's kind of like a 0.9, 0.95. That's usually when you say, okay, that player is doing pretty good. You don't always get a kill around, you don't always get a death around. So KPR 0.95 is pretty good. 2.0 is really good. Like, legendary status good. But obviously, the night is still young. We still have a lot ahead of us. Melo, if they want to have a legendary game here, is going to have to keep up this performance. But they've shown nothing saying they're going to slow down anytime soon.
Certainly not. It seems as if there's going to be a lot more flat take here as already we're seeing, I guess, Oswego trying to just gain control of the map and maybe try and leverage it from this point of view and kind of do the path of least resistance and try and not think about things and make it too complicated. Melo, though, has already taken up an aggressive position on towards bottom red, is where the sledge is trying to sledge open walls to get a better angle. Melo has his aims trained already, the pain being put on. Nobody being dropped just yet. Blobfish obviously known as a player very close. He's already peeking down towards Whiskey, picking up nothing. But finally we see the first frag going in favour of these attackers. Melo still looking for one. He finds it. Can he get 2? Yes, there it is. He's looking for the third. He pushes through. He finds it. Can he find 4? He's now on for the ace. The Termite tries to react and finally shut down Melo after an absolute rampage in towards the bakery area. Just like that, defenders absolutely tear these attackers apart. Nobody left in their wake after an absolute domination. Tunneling those players, funneling them almost into a meat grinder where we just saw bullets fly, bodies being cut down, and well, I mean, might be a little bit of a meatloaf left after that one. We do head towards Reading Room and Fireplace, and well, worryingly for the, well, I guess the team of South Miss Eagle is the fact that when we actually look towards, I guess, the way they attacked last time, this was probably their weakest attack in my opinion. And with that being the case, when you're heading towards a tertiary site where you're almost expected to win, and it's your weakest attack, it's just it really strikes fear into me.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
You're really hoping to just get a few rounds in now. You're not hoping to win the game. You're hoping to save the mental for the rest of the festival. This is Eagles map through and through. I'm assuming it's their map pick. Sure. There's no doubt in my mind Eagles win this.
It is Oswego's pick, just to get confirmation from our producer there. And with that being the case, they have apparently somehow been moved into, well, I guess, let it be their opponent's map. Let their opponents show them exactly what to do. And surely if you pick this map, then you think to yourself, well, I mean, they must know something about this. And, well, it seems as if it's the other team, the opposing team, that knows everything about Cafe, about the Russian map. Right now we are seeing the verticality being used well from, well, I guess, these defenders. The fact that they are actually moving this extension through in towards Pixel, where a shield has been set up and an angle created, but a butt moving in straight away without even droning, that is worrying. Now the smoke has moved on towards his automatic SMG, looking for where the potentially this butt could have been. Flashes go out, trying to, well, use the proximity base that the buff has came through. Player moving on towards White Window. Complexity can't find anybody. The butt opens up the wall, put charges through. Shotgun in hand, can only do damage, can't find the kill. As Patoon goes into a DBNO. The butt doing a little bit of work here finally. Oswego looking like potentially a beast that cannot be tamed. Moving through, trying to clear positioning, open up angles for, I guess, his teammates, his comrades. Patoon already up and waiting, but it's Daxley that gets rid of Jermac 1. Mello though, that's the player we need to watch out for. The Jaeger, he's actually going to position himself downstairs, not back towards site as well. Maybe he might be coming up those brown stairs to contest his opponents. All of the attackers have gained control of the top floor. The sledge already ripping up the floor. And we do hear some flashbangs being prepped. The defenders look as if they're scurrying away, trying not to get picked up, but Mello is still alive, and you can't count out the defenders if Mello is on the board.
3v5, this is a great position for Oswego to be in, but they do sacrifice Spicy Fish for whatever reason, trying to prep the drop down so they can get to the second floor. Maybe go for a push later in the round. Well, that's gonna get kicked off by Mello. Still having an incredible game, and Oswego are still in an incredible position. They have up top control, plenty of
plenty of things happening here as there's 40 seconds remaining. 3 defenders still alive though. It's down to 1. It's down to the Aruni. It's down to its Reza. But are they in the correct positioning? Is he going to be able to react to this in the correct way? He starts to swing, sees 1 and picks it up now. Got to find 3 more targets, 3 more heads to crack. Moves through in towards pillars, 2 in towards the reading site, and 1 going to be straight away contested. It is, but no, it is the Thermite to win it out. And well, there we go. Cafe. Finally, we have an attackers round. It's 5-1 on the half. So, seems as if Southern Miss in a very good position here to win this one out. 5-1 all round. And it is going to be Bar Cocktail Lounge, but can Oswego actually learn from the mistakes of, well, their past, actually be able to, well, I guess, move Southern Miss into those mistakes, but I don't necessarily believe that is going to be the case, as a very standard lineup comes out from Southern Miss. Nomad, Hibana, Ace, Ayana and Zofia, plenty of nade opportunities, plenty of hard breach capability, and also, well, I guess the most important part, that flank watch. We will need to see if it is going to be the flank watch. It's going to be the most important part of, well, this whole lineup, because I mean, we saw Mello last time being able to pick up so many, but will he continue to do that? I don't know, maybe the fact that he's on a Zofia now, Mello, obviously the player that I was talking about previous, maybe the fact that he's on that Zofia means that he is just that fragger, and that's why he's just that good at being able to pick apart people's attacks, pick apart defences. But, well, if those defences are going to be picked apart, that is something that we will need to see. 30 seconds till we get into this matchup, and right now there's nothing really to point out. The fact that, well, maybe we are actually seeing a shield in towards the freezer area, but one question I have to kind of point out here is the fact that if you're putting a shield in towards freezer, in towards that stock area, why are you not opening up angles to contest in towards Cigar? That's the whole point of that shield.
That's a very good question. I don't know. It's, I mean, every time, every round, Oswego has been bringing something that kind of baffles the mind, really, right? And sometimes it sees some success, sometimes it doesn't. And most definitely, we've been seeing more of the doesn't work out how they quite planned. This Tachanka pick also probably not going to work out quite how they expected to, but I do like the ability to open up some tiny angles through the floorboards to maybe punish someone rotating in through white, though they will have to put a player down there if they want someone to use these vertical holes to their full advantage. We do see someone on the second floor, but they're actually more positioned towards the reading side of the map. I don't know exactly what they plan on doing, but Southern Mississippi do not seem to be... They don't seem to plan on clearing that player out anytime soon.
Right now, they are finally going to start to bomb, and we see finally one flash going to get through those ADSs, but no grenade to follow up. Nope, as I say that, there it goes. It sails through the sky, and well, sings a song of death. Need to see if this is going to be. I guess probably the greatest part about this, but no, well, opening up a C4, using that C4 to actually open up an angle, not pick up the kill and then pick up the frag. Straight after already, good work being done from both teams, but it's still Oswego that all the pressure is on because they can't really let one round go. If they do, well, that allows their opponents to move in towards match point. Look at already the destruction being done on walls, and Danke getting put in towards a DBNO state. Another one goes down as Melo continues his rampage on towards the Russian map, pushing through already on towards Cocktail, but it's Blobfish below, and well, now they know his position. The plant will go down very shortly. There it is, the 7-second timer, but can the bandit react quick enough? He does here one, he will pick up Melo, and that's a great pick. It is not going to last as Jamak one actually reacts quicker and just picks up that frag as easy as you like. The Nomad will want to close out the round. 6-1 match point for the attackers.
I'm very surprised that with the Nomad on board that Mr. Fish over there, Blobfish, I was forgetting which fish it was, I'm not gonna lie. Blobfish managed to make it up the red stairs without getting hit by an air jab and completely just losing the fights. Very nice clutch attempt. Didn't work out though. I find it funny that the angle that I was talking about made by the Tachanka was attempted to be used, but Blobfish just said, I can't hit anything with this angle, I'm just gonna blow up the floor. And blew up the floor, missed the player, put the gun back in his hands, and managed to kill the player anyway. Still, doesn't matter though. You find yourselves at match point. No one player is going to put you back to an even count. No player is going to take you to overtime. It's going to have to be a team effort. And I say that, and obviously we've been highlighting Melo's performance, but everyone in Mississippi is doing a great job. I mean, only one player going negative, and that'd be Null, but Null is the support player. You kind of expect the support player to not maybe drop so many kills, but everyone else is double positive or triple positive. I mean, Melo's triple positive, Reza's double positive, Toon's double positive. Everyone's pulling 2.0 KDs. Obviously, you have your star player, but everyone is picking up the slack. Whereas you look over to Oswego, and it's a mixed effort, sure, but it's not the same effort. One team definitely wants it more coming into this map, or at least has the skills and ability to take it more than the other one. Oswego, this might not just be their map. Maybe, hopefully, they could just go to the next one, shake it off, and rub the dust off. But this is gonna be bad, because after such a disappointing loss, you're gonna wanna just take a little bit of time, but you might not have the time you need. You might not have the mental reset in between maps to really say, okay, it's good, we can come back, we can take this to map 3 and win it there.
Yep, without a doubt, well, already we have seen Blobfish be droned out, but his reactions are absolutely clean. Already he's been droned out a second time, his repositioning now being called out throughout, but well, here we go, the first interaction after that kill, and yes, he will be picked up. The refrag is clean. There goes Blobfish, but Melo has been picked up himself, which is probably someone that you want to be picking up straight away. You want to be picking up that Roma, oh sorry, not the Roma, picking up that Zofia, which can do a lot of damage, well, especially towards the team, but especially towards kind of the floorboards, the area that we will be expecting to see the attackers put their focus onto very shortly.
Now, there's actually no vertical breaching capability outside of that I could tell of. I think Ace has breaching charges. I'm not used to Ace having breaching charges, because he used to have smoke nades, and that used to be the mainstay, but it looks like there is just one, yep, there it is. One set of breaching charges on the Ace. Null can open up the floorboards. We can only open up 3 angles. And that's going to be important, because there are more than 3 angles that can really clamp down on Kitchen. You want to open up as much as physically possible, and using the Habana pellets to destroy either the Cade Charger or destroy the floorboards is definitely not where you want to be. Enki throws up the Nitro Cell and will miss, so Mac 1 barely escaping with their life, but that does mean that the hatch gets open, there's a C4 down, and Mississippi are up in utility coming into this last minute where they can maybe make an execute work. They are going to be trying to reposition inside of the bar area and maybe go for a freezer cake, especially the breaching charges go out onto the freezer wall. So this is definitely going to be a freezer side take from Mississippi, and hopefully they can get some support coming into the bar side if they want to have any hope of taking control of this back kitchen area.
There's only 40 seconds remaining. This is where it gets worrying because you're thinking, when is the execute coming? They are droning out the site, and obviously now the smoke comes into play. This is where probably the biggest and most use of this operator comes through, but it's null void is making sure that that operator is null and void. Daxley's is getting down to now. All the action is beginning. Spicy has picked up Jamak one, that's the Nomad gone, but it's now on towards the Whiskey Double that you need to be watching as there's players coming from all sorts. Doesn't pick up the ace, and finally we see the ace come through. For some reason he's trying to breach in towards the bomb site. Why is he not getting a plant down? I'm very confused. Complexity trying to move through, and well, there we go. Ayana picks up the final kill, and we get our map. That's a good half coming through. 7-1 in favour of Southern Miss, and well, it was a very dominant map, you have to say, on the Russian map of Cafe.
Southern Miss, they don't miss. They have been hitting their shots through and through. I mean, we saw Null pick up their only 2 kills of the map in that last round to really clutch up for the team. Very unfortunate. I believe the smoke actually thought he had killed the ace. He went for the shotgun blast on the ace in the freezer doorway and killed a player behind them, not realizing, oh crap, the ace is still in front of me at 2 health. We're in trouble. So really hectic final round there, really crazy. Glad to see how it panned out, though. Mississippi will be taking that last round, and we'll be moving the map too. So I don't know if we're going to be taking a break in between now and then. So yeah, we're going to be taking a break. Cairo, any last words before we move to the break?
No, nothing at all. I'm just glad to be casting some siege. A good map from Southern Miss, and let's hope Oswego can come back into that one.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people. Oh.
That was my bad. That was my bad. That was my bad. That's me.
Okay.
That's on me. That's all me.
We're all good. It's fine. We can do it together if you want on the count of three.
Yeah,
One,
wait.
2, 3. Welcome
Hello.
back.
That's
So,
awful.
welcome back to NECC. We're moving into map 2 for Mississippi versus Oswego. And last map, if you didn't catch it, was a 7-1 in favor of Mississippi. They show that they were the better cafe team through and through. When it comes to the snow, they know. Moving in over to Clubhouse here, though, in the heart of Germany, we're going to be hopefully seeing a little bit more resistance from the side of Oswego.
I believe it is Frankfurt that we are heading to. I don't know. I think that's the part of Germany. I mean, I'll probably get shouted at some point. But, well, we are going to get down into this. And, well, Clubhouse, staple, that's one thing we've got to say. Everybody knows how to attack it. Everybody, well, I used to know how to defend it. Because, let's be honest, the map has changed, the way that operators interact with it. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I just don't know. I don't know if Oswego will be able to defend it as quite strongly as, well, the way they've played. It's just not that great. But the point is, Clubhouse, CCTV, not as strong as what it used to be. Oswego didn't have a great start on the attack, now start on the defence. It might be a tad stronger in that front. And while we get the bans kicked off, they're going to ban out Thatcher at very first.
Thatcher, banned first. Never seen that one before. No flashbacks to 40 minutes ago. Yeah, Thatcher's just always gone on every map except Clubhouse. Or not Clubhouse, but Coastline. But even on Coastline nowadays, you see the Thatcher banned first. Flores, an operator we haven't actually had a chance to talk about. Despite being very strong on Cafe, we actually haven't seen any Flores today. Flores is very good at destroying utilities, similar to Thatcher. Just does it in a different roundabout way using the drones and explosives. And that gives Flores the ability to destroy deployable shields as well. Won't be able to talk about them for the rest of the game, and we won't be able to talk about Valkyrie as once again, the black eye camera operator will be removed from the premises. There will be no intel gathering here, good man.
Nope, no intel gathering here. And, well, no denial of breaches either. Well, I guess there could be a bandit, but the Cade, he's not going to be on the board. The Moroccan operator, that's quite unfortunate. Those electric crawlers, they have some really, really weird places and wonderful places that could really disrupt, well, a team's attack. Pardon me, I was just trying to stop myself from burping there, but, well, that doesn't matter. We're going to head towards CCTV and cache, the standard first sight. Maverick on the board. Imagine we'll see some sort of soft destruction. Well, we do, it's the Zofia. So imagine we're going to see a Maverick trick straight away, some pressure in towards Garage, the Maverick potentially, or the Ayana, the ones to need out rafters, because there'll be a player in towards that Garage area. Everything should be all standard. I don't think we'll see any funny stuff, but, I mean, this is Siege, and things can get crazy sometimes.
Yeah, don't you hit the thunder? Man, Clubhouse is a lot more stormy than I remember. Alright, well, locking in the Mozzie here, of all operators, a very strong intel denial operator, similar to Mute, but will steal the drone instead of taking it. Never mind, 6-pick, over to the Mute. Hey, Mute! Stops the drone from working, and other gadgets as well, so yep, still focusing on the intel denial there for the fish, but in a different way. You will now be able to deny gadgets as well, and it will have a little bit of a wider effect, meaning that you're probably going to be denying a different area than you would with Mozzie, most likely staircase, or just a wide general area of a room. Thus, counteract a few other operators like Iana and Lion. Lion we won't be seeing, at least this round. But yeah, Iana is going to be the operator that Mute counters the hardest, as Mozzie does not counter Iana at all, because it's a hologram. You can't exactly hack a hologram.
I mean, the good thing is, though, is that we are seeing some sort of meta coming out in terms of the kind of denial, but, well, there's still 2 Mute jammers in pocket. In fact, a lot of utility still left in pocket. Look here, still 3 bandit charges, and oh my goodness gracious me, I am seeing something that I should not be seeing. There is 2 soft walls on Garage. Guys, you need to reinforce those 2 walls, because it allows people to get in and actually nade your player and rafters out from below. That's not great, and already I'm not seeing a player in towards rafters, but finally I get confirmation after that spray. I guess the chamber of the gun was just blocking that one there, and well, right now, looks as if maybe Southern Miss might have misplaced the reinforcements, but I'm not too sure as well. Those two walls could be, well, really detrimental depending on how things go. Oh no, Danky, not like this, not peeking like that. You've doubled up on towards the breach, and well, as he tries to get cheeky, well, he gets punished for it.
Yeah, gets punished. You don't want to be peeking that angle. There's so many ways to hold it, and now with the breach opened, that means that Southern Mississippi only need one more point of attack, and that's going to be the garage that they're next focusing on. They get a kill onto the player in Raptors, but push up from Blobfish misses the player pushing up. Mellow will be safely and firmly on the Rafters, and that means both points of attack are established. They can go ahead and try to get this plant down. Blobfish to set up the C4 from below, hoping to take down Platoon as they go for the plant. Grenade goes in. I don't know if that destroyed the C4, but Platoon will be sitting down, trying to get the plant down. Will get blown sky high. The Echo gets picked off in the meantime. That means it's a 1v3 clutch situation for Blobfish. Mello holding the angle. Rezra as well. The flanks are all patting down. The Mac one putting the plant down. Blobfish just stuck below. Can't go anywhere, and it'll be Reza to get the last kill and confirm the first round once again for Mississippi.
Yep, there we go. First round in favour of these attackers. Southern Miss doing good work there on their attack, the way they did things, but I can't help but feel there was a few things that, well, really stopped Oswego's defence from the very start. For instance, those two soft walls on the bottom of Garage. The reason why you have to reinforce all four walls is, one, it lets you know when people are going below, because realistically, if you're a team that's well structured, you'll go below. You'll start to kind of burn the ADSs that are on Rafters or Wamai discs. Then next thing you know, a nade will sail through the sky. But the work was done with a rifle. But that's a huge part that we need to point out for potential improvements for Oswego. Next, we have to think about how the Bandit decided to actually peek the breach. I mean, it's such a tight angle, and on top of that, what we see, especially in T1 teams and other teams like that, I mean, I think the BDS, they're the kings of Clubhouse. The fact that, well, we always see a player repelling and actually using those kind of breaches against the defenders while they're waiting for the soft breach to come through, and well, that's what we saw. The Bandit gets punished, and well, I guess from there it's just an absolute field day for these attackers. We are going to see a rotation of sites though as we do head towards the bottom floor site, and well, with this bottom floor site, there's two ways of playing it: massive extensive roams or just turtle. It's exactly the same as what we saw in Cafe last map.
They can roam with perhaps the Jaeger, extending with a maybe some more anchor hold with the Thunderbird. There's still opportunities to roam, just not the roamers you'd like to see. There's no Mozzie, very strong gun that did get nerfed recently, so maybe I can understand Oswego's hesitance to go towards Mozzie. They seem to like what's getting buffed, what feels comfortable to them, instead of what is tried, true, and trusted, even if it's been knocked down a peg so far. So Oswego definitely going ahead. They're going to be bringing a lot of on-site utility. The Wamai, the Jaeger to burn a lot of the grenades and flashbangs that could be coming in. And they also have the mute to burn out those drones. And that's going to be super important, using drones to not only hunt down the roamers, but cut down the anchors, because information is key in Siege. Once you have that information, you can really just get the kills pretty easily. There's a lot of angles that you can use to your advantage, and using mute to cut those down is a good adaptation from the side of Oswego.
Yeah, we'll certainly need to see exactly what the attack does here and how they adapt to what's happening here. Already we are seeing some pressure putting on, and well, just like that, Spicy Fish the Thunderbird, the newest operator into this competitive pool, has been taken out in the matter of seconds. Already been pushing through and trying to gain control of Bar as well. They're going to meet the Jaeger. The first line of defence as well is going to put out spray to destroy our drone. Information being gained by the Jaeger through default cameras. But the attackers already know of his position, know of his aggression. He's not moved back just yet. He's still staying in position. But will anybody pick him up? Drummond getting close, trying to look for that kill, but not being able to pick it up. He now retreats all the way back. Can't get through Ash Rush. and then retreats further back in towards the site. Information gained that there is one in towards blue that may need to be cleared if there is to be a push from the back of site, but Drummond set up as an active flank watch to allow the other players to do work is, well, I guess pretty spot on. And
yeah, the feed's wigging out, and wow, you blink and you miss it. Quite literally, Mississippi did take that last round. That makes a lot of sense. They were firmly in position. The drones were not in place, or not. The drones were in place. The mute jammers, however, weren't. Oswego brought the mute to counteract the active intel gathering from Mississippi. Right? You'd think that they'd be put up in places to assist the roamers, the anchors, make sure that no intel was getting in. Period. And that you could use that to punish them when they have to take blind peeks, looking at every corner, trying to find a player. Well, Oswego didn't do that. They let their roamers roam without any real assistance. They didn't use those mute jammers to full effect across the map, instead focused them on sight. And so what happened is that the roamer, who was roaming basically alone, Jaeger was close by to maybe help out later, but was in no position to get that refrag. And once they got dropped, Mississippi had the entirety of up top control, and they used that to full effect, opening up those angles most likely. They opened up the drop downs, and once you have control on Clubhouse, especially as soon as Mississippi had it, you have not that much work left to do before you just outright win the round.
Yep, we are heading back towards CCTV and Cash, where we are going to see a reattempt of this site. And well, with that being the case here, I don't see any improvement for the defensive team right now. I don't see Oswego actually just doing things that are right. I mean, they keep making simple mistakes like late reinforcing or deciding to spray in towards a door, then getting taken out. There you go, you're already in a 4 versus 5. Things are already worse. Or trying to pick a breach with Bandit. Like, come on, guys, it's simple stuff. You don't need to be going for the aggressive picks and the aggressive takes. Just go for the simple stuff. Just literally play Siege simple. That's what some of the best teams do. That's what, I mean, the team that I love to watch, BDS, that's what they do. Literally just play simple Siege, pick your part from that front, play patient. That's the aim of the game. Right now, we're not seeing that from Oswego.
There's a couple of fun anagrams to keep in mind that can really help you in life. And one of my favorites is KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. You do not want to overcomplicate things. You don't want to be trying to reinvent the wheel, try to do everything through this convoluted, roundabout method. Just keep it simple. Do it how you know you can do it. Try to make things as simplistic as possible for yourself and run with it. Don't try to be peeking everything. Don't try to bring some crazy lineup that you only hope works if Mississippi makes this certain mistake. Just go with tried, true, and trusted. Go with what works and what works in the simplest and most straightforward way possible, because that is one of the key ways to success in the long run.
Well, we'll need to see exactly what is going to happen here as well. Already we are in towards the action phase, and well, the drone work has begun. Lots of information being gained and lots of work being done by these attackers. And well, the things that they'll be wanting to do, obviously, probably the main part is actually getting the main breach open. And well, it looks as if there's going to be some focus in towards construction this time, as we do see the construction wall being opened up. No mad charge just to stop any runouts. And well, the Maverick doing his work. The Bandit again, extremely close to the breach. Let's hope he doesn't do the same peak that he did last time and get taken out as a freebie.
Mello still holding the same angle, so if there is a peek out, it will be punished. Toon has been doing a good job of safely opening up the breach and not getting punished for it. Mac 1 actually gets dropped first, an opening kill for Oswego. Not the rarest of occurrences, we've seen it a couple times before, but Oswego are definitely going to need to jetpack off of that or just get their jump start from that opening pit in order to find success in the round. It will get refragged eventually. Drummond taking down Dinky, meaning that it will be a 4v4, but you're not behind quite yet. Oswego still have the chance to get ahead and stay ahead, and that's what's going to be important here. They do still have all their control. They are ahead. They just need to make sure they don't lose it to these crossfires and really good entries from Mello and Resra that we've been seeing time and time again across both these maps. That's what's really been punishing Oswego, is that these entries are just extremely efficient. They've been drop-dead powerful, and it's been really hard for these for Oswego to really counteract that. They do manage to counteract that with another pick into Drummond. Trades come back, bullets go flying, Mello drops stacks. So that's going to be a really good kill. Does open up the garage area for Mello to take control of and get that launching point later in the round, but no! Blobfish is there to counter it! Blobfish with a great rotate shuts down Mello, and that means it's going to be a 2v3 with firm control established from Oswego and only a minute to call an audible for Mississippi.
Yep, it seems as if we are just waiting for time to tick down. We're waiting exactly what the plan is going to be from the two remaining players, the two players that will are a bit of a support player as well. I guess I say that, but Jim Macklin is maybe more of the supporting player, considering he's on Habana and Reza is actually on 4 kills. They are going to go through the master bedroom area and look to take the gunfights and see exactly how to pick apart this defence. We see an Iana clone is going to go out and we'll look to gain some sort of information as the Maverick watches for potential flanks coming through. Thing is though as well, there is 2 sets of nades left, so easily if the nades are placed to perfection, a couple of kills could be picked up, or even just one to make the fight even for these 2 remaining players. Whether they do that though is a completely different scenario as we wait patiently for exactly what is going to happen.
Really hoping that Oswego can get this round, because this is an important round for them. If they lose this, then they find themselves in a really bad position later on, because that means that they're only going to really be able to take it to a 2-4. If they win this, they have a really good chance of a 3-3 half, and if they get the 3-3 half, then that's really good for them, because that's a lot better for them moving into their attacks than it is for their defenses. Going into the half, the 2-4, you're less likely to see that, especially after how bad last map was. You can be really disheartened and that can just get to you, but if 3-3, that's doable, especially on Clubhouse, which is a map that can find itself being 50-50 more often than not.
Yeah, and I think the worrying thing as well for Oswego is the fact that we're seeing their opponents actually... Oh, we're already towards this round, just like that. We're already down to 1 player, and no way! Round 4 goes in favour of the attackers on Clubhouse. We were just talking about exactly what could have been happening, and well, we have exactly the idea now. It seems as if Southern Miss were able to win out the last round in a 3 versus 2 situation that was in favour of Oswego, and then on top of that we see Southern Miss somehow be able to clamber onto the 4th one and make it their own. Now we move to the 5th round, and well, we're finally going to see a tertiary site. It is going to be gym and bedroom. So far we've seen CCTV and cash 3 times, bottom floor once, and well, gym bedroom once.
And Mississippi are so good. They're winning rounds faster than we can even process it, right? They're winning rounds 2 at a time. Wow, impressive. Jokes aside, Mississippi doing really good here. They are up 4-0. Oswego is definitely on the back foot, and they are backpedaling. Oswego need to win something, and they're going to mix it up with a gym bedroom defense. And I really like this. Gym bedroom is a little bit underrated. Most teams consider it the tertiary site. They go to this 3rd. They don't really like coming here. They hope to maybe steal a round on it. If not, it's all good. But there's a lot of flexibility on this site in particular, because there's a lot of ways to play, especially depending on how the band figure out. And when you look at that, Mira, a very strong operator, has slipped through the band phase, which opens up a lot more options for Oswego. Oswego will be opting to not bring the Spanish operator. We won't be getting that treat. Mira, very strong though, can understand Oswego's reluctance to bring the operator though, as they may not have practiced as much as they'd like with her. It's an operator that's usually banned, and you kind of have to just assume that she won't be available to you 9 times out of 10. With Oswego though, they're going to be opting for a castle strat. They're going to be using the operator with the bulletproof barricades to be able to seal off entryways and slow down the Mississippi players. Whenever they meet a castle barricade, they're either going to have to use an explosive to get through it, which is going to waste utility, or they're going to have to use just punch it. And that's going to waste a lot of time. and that opens you up to a whole host of different issues like nitro cells, shots from below the barricade, and such like that. So definitely Castle can be a strong pick, being utilized to cut off this angle here and trap anyone who jumps into gym bedroom. They're going to be stuck in there with their feet exposed to the players inside of the bedroom.
Yep. Well, we are seeing the Castle still doing the work. Obviously, only 3 shots in the chamber for that shotgun. And, well, I mean, the action is happening elsewhere as we see 2 players. I believe it was the Bandit and the Legion losing out on health there. Need to see exactly what can be done as well. There has been a bulletproof camera put in towards the gym area to gain information, maybe put on the wrong place because, well, it's not facing in towards the windows. We won't know if there's a jump in and it could easily be taken out. Already only to see where the first pick is going to come from. I imagine it will be over near that CCTV area as well. I believe that was where the Bandit and the Legion was positioned. We do hear a gun 6 go off. Maybe that means that there's something going on or something afoot from these attackers.
Now, Mello is very low on health. Just 2 different engagements with Anki and Blobfish, meaning they're going to have to take gunfights at a severe disadvantage. It doesn't matter. The Spicy Fish has the drop on Mello and takes them out swiftly. Taking another gunfight with the player outside of the window. Can't exactly tell who that is, but if Spicy Fish can win this, that puts his team at a great advantage. Blobfish, though, will be actually the player to pick up the next kill. Elsewhere onto Rezra. Means it's going to be these 2 players outside on the balcony. They have to take out the player, and yes, they do. Blobfish goes down, and that means that they have a little bit of space to work with when it comes to this balcony.
Yep, that's a great pick. They're shutting down any sort of pressure that could come from that area. Platoon the man to actually watch to see if anyone does come towards that CC window, where most attacks can be stopped in an instant if, well, I guess you're accurate enough. Drone work being put in towards Con. Imagine we'll be able to try and pick up this last remaining player in towards CCTV. But again, not just yet. They did hear a little spark, which means that the drone might have been destroyed. The sledge just worried about where players are going to come from. Maybe CCTV. Blobfish trying to peek as well. Doesn't get picked up though. Potentially that could still be a sign that Platoon can't actually rotate away. And with 1 minute 15, you start to worry what work has been done elsewhere on the map.
You have to really hope that the Mississippi players have opened up their angles and done the jobs they needed to do before dying. That's very important. You have to do what you came to do before you can no longer do it. It sounds obvious, but sometimes you just want to take gunfights in Siege. Sometimes you think that if I win this gunfight, I put my team at an advantage. If I lose it, then oh well, I'll get refragged. Well, that's not always the case. Sometimes you just gotta stay alive. Staying alive. You just have to stay in it, and now that you're dropped, you can't do that. So Mississippi are going to have to reposition, call for some strat making mid-round, and hopefully figure out what they're going to be doing next, which is most likely going to be this hatch drop on top of the window push.
I'm just waiting to see exactly how Blobfish reacts to this, because he's got his crosshair put in the perfect position, waiting for that drop. One player moved in towards CCTV though, we just see the outline, but too late. Danky to pick up the Habana sledge, still not moved. 20 seconds remain. The execution and the plant needs to come soon. Finally it happens. Platoon has dropped and picked up the kill. Danky tries to react, but the 2 players inside, they're looking towards Logic. They're trying to pick up the sledge and they do so, but now here comes the rest of the brigade, and no, it's Complexity to shut down that push. Just like that, the Castle swings and the Castle wins. The worst gun in the game. Well, it doesn't look like that just now.
Yeah, that was a great stalwart hold. There wasn't the breach open. There wasn't much done from Mississippi. And so when things needed to happen, the players that could do it were Oswego. They had all the angles. They had all the utilities still left in their pocket. They'd only lost 1 player prior. So they still had a lot of tools to work with. A lot of ways to adapt what the Eagles were bringing. And the Eagles swooped in and were struck down. Oswego claimed their first round on Clubhouse. Very important round at that. They need to win 1 more going into the half, though. 2-4 is definitely the benchmark they need to make in order to pass this half. Usually you want to see better on the defense from Clubhouse, but with how efficient and just absolutely terrifying the Eagles' attacks have been, yeah, you really have to hope that that's what you can bring out.
Yep, certainly. Sorry, my nose a little bit itchy there, but this game, it just really is worrying for me. Oswego just obviously picked up the first round there, but they were still looking a little bit weak, not actually watching the correct position and not doubling up on that Logi Hatch drop and maybe a Mainstails push coming out. All in all, they won it. Props to them. They did the right things. They had a crossfire on towards Mainstails, but finally we did see players run up. Compliments to that. And then obviously, I believe it was Danke, maybe just a tad out of position. Sometimes you need to just stop worrying about making those hero plays and just reinforcing the site. And that's just where probably the greatest thing to look out for is. But all in all, Tari, I mean, good thing right here, right now, is the fact that we get a moment to sit down and actually revisit and review exactly what's been going on. I mean, compliments have to be given out to South Mist because they have been absolutely dominant on the attack so far, but why have they been so dominant?
If I had to guess, it was just great drone work. We saw time and time again that their entries were following drones. That's what's important. It's one thing to gather intel, it's another thing to act on it. And they had both hands, right? They had the droning hand and they had the player with the gun hand, and they just clapped and down goes everyone. Just there was nothing in between.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, we are going to head to a quick break just now to get sorted out with all those technical issues that have been going on as we do see the cutest of dogs in the corner of the screen. Right,
I'm
you
sorry.
guys just give us a couple minutes and we'll get back to it and you can watch some good Rainbow Six action.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay, but as I'm sure you could see, we're having a little bit of issues seeing. So now we have cleared up the vision. The glasses were just a little bit foggy. We cleared that up. It's okay. We had to get the wipes out and all of that. Had to get our trained professionals on the job. Need to make sure that our eyesight is good and great. Now we can see, though, that Oswego have won one round. We did catch that last half of the bedroom map, or bedroom site, rather. And now Oswego need to repeat their success, but elsewhere on the map. And they're going to do that in the basement, which is most likely where they're going to find the most success. The issues they had here last time was that they were getting droned out and getting early pick and could not contest the Mississippi players on this first and second floor. I don't think they've made too many adaptations. I do see the Legion being brought out instead of the Mute, and hopefully that gives Oswego the counter intel that when someone steps on those Legion traps, they can go ahead and swing and hopefully take down those entries that have been causing them so much of a nuisance.
Oh, come on, man. There we go. There we go. There we go.
There you go.
I was just about to say, come on, man. Just bring out the right phone. Just get rid of it. No one cares about how much bullets you waste. You've got plenty in pocket. And well, with that being the case, we now see all 5 players return to site, with Danke the only man to actually go forward and, well, I guess be the first line of defence on the defence. Be the first one to kind of take those gunfights, but with the drone work that has been coming out from Southern Miss, you pointed it out. I want to see exactly if he can be droned out. It seems as if this is going to be the case as well. The drones are going around like pests, like rodents. That bandit, he'll need to get, well, I guess, smoked out. I don't believe actually that was correct. I thought the drones were upstairs, but no, they were actually downstairs, which leaves Danke a window of opportunity here to make this round his own.
Yeah, Danke could go big here. It depends on where the players from Oswego are positioning. It doesn't look like they're definitely not aware. But when Danke comes down the stairs, he's going to need great target prioritization. He needs to know exactly who to hit and when. They'll go for Reza. Down they go. That's going to be the Iana. That's grenades off the board and a very strong gun. Mello rotates to the top floor to try and cut off Danke, but Danke's taking it very slow. Knows that the cutoff player is going to be up top. He's going to hide in this corner. There's no drones yet for Southern Miss, but no, actually, it'll be a peek out from Danke, and Mello will shut it down. So that's going to be the only roamer from Oswego done and dusted. So Southern Miss now going to go ahead and focus on the site. It's going to be very important. They don't have a lot of the control they wanted. Habana hasn't opened up the kitchen hatch yet because the impact nades from below have made that impossible. Perplexity, though, will forfeit a pick and put Southern Miss in the man disadvantage coming into the last minute.
What a pick that was. Players peeking now, but it looks like Drummond's going to get put in the dirt. It is 3 versus 3. Man count even. A great pick up there. As well, we do see a lot of focusing towards blue from these defenders. Obviously, that is warranted, but maybe not so, as we do see the Habana in towards the Moto area. Looks as if the Maverick is going to drop as well, and, well, Jamakwan is going to pick up Spicy Fish, a freebie onto the Legion. It's just the last remaining player in blue, and it's Mello with an absolute beautiful flick on towards that player in blue, the Wamai. Taking out another 5-1 half from Southern Miss. This has been absolutely crucial and clinical in the way that they have been attacking on this map.
A great attack, one misstep that could have cost them, but Danke unfortunately couldn't capitalize to the fullest, and that did cost Oswego the round. Of course, there was other issues elsewhere. Southern Miss just had too much control. Oswego did a good job of punishing Mississippi for getting that control. They lurked, they got the kill, could have done a lot more damage, but what was the issue is that Southern Miss were given all of that for free. They didn't really have to work too hard to get the first floor. They didn't work too hard to get downstairs and establish all those positions and crossfires. It was just kind of given to them. Mississippi have been gifted round after round, and Oswego, they need to put their foot down and say, enough's enough. We're going to take it back. They need to start taking round after round in order to sprint back, get back to a decent round count. And the way you do that is with efficient attacks. They're going to be bringing only 2 hard breach gadgets, despite having a buck and a capital. On Clubhouse, where there are 3 hatches that you really want opened up. Of course, you do have Danke with the Maverick, who can open up those hatches very slowly, but if there's any impact tricking, which luckily for Oswego, Mississippi is not bringing a single impact nade, you would have been punished for trying to open up the hatch with the hard breach gadget from the impacts below destroying the gadget itself.
Well, exactly. We'll need to see how these teams interact with each other, with the fact that they have switched roles, and, well, Clubhouse can be a completely different map. Interestingly enough, we are going to see what looks to be a turtle hold, and, well, with that being the case here, we'll need to see how Oswego are able to kind of manipulate the whole map to their advantage, because let's be honest, they're going to have a free reign, and well, their timing on everything etc is another thing that needs to be looked out for, because well, they're going to have to drone out the map just to confirm exactly what is afoot right now in the round. But all in all here, oh, okay, maybe a hatch for free. Melo's trying to get up to react, and well, he will maybe find this one player. It is the Zofia that is extremely close, and a Maverick also close in towards that lounge area.
Melo does get that drone. Every drone destroyed is a drone less for Oswego, so that is an important little shot there to hit. But Melo is giving away their position, and they are stranded inside the bar area. Not enough gun barrels trained on him though, and he won't be punished quite yet. Melo actually lurks away, shoots the drone, and is crawling ever so slowly towards the main stairs, but gunfire's coming in. Melo with a nasty shot onto Dax, but will get instantly refragged by Spicy. So, does make it a 4v4, and Oswego have the first floor control. They're actually making good time, and have the utility and tools necessary to continue into the round. They still have the 2 hard reach gadgets, and they still have the Maverick, as well as some nades until Danky throws one down and gets it zapped. So, 1 nade left, 2 hard reach gadgets left, and a lot of time for Oswego to work with. This may turn out good for New York.
I don't think this is a bad position at all. The way that they've done things, they're just obviously opening up some more vertical holes, but we'll need to see exactly where they're going to put their execution onto. Blobfish picking up Drummond, which could be absolutely huge. But we'll need to see exactly what happens, because well, 3 defenders, if they have the right crossfires, can be better than 4 attackers. But we need to see exactly what the plan is from Oswego. Complexity looking to drop in towards blue late, and well, the other 3 players looking towards to put the pressure in towards Church. With the moto hatch being open, I'm not sure what the situation is in kitchen. We need to see the Church wall being opened in, if that is what is going to happen, where the execution is looking to be. The Ashrosh wall is actually soft. There is, well, no, actually I'm wrong. There is actually a Zofia to open that one up, but doesn't open as big a wall. Jamak one has picked up one, no, looking for the second, can't find it, but no, finally does, as Complexity walks through in towards that meat grinder, pushing through, no, letting his Reza pop off. Platoon, he picks up the last remaining attackers, sorry, and as I said previously, 3 defenders with the right crossfires can be better than 4 attackers, and well, that rings true on this round.
Oswego made a very simple mistake. They funneled themselves down 2 points of entry, and those 2 points of entry were really narrow, and they were both from the same direction. I mean, 1 or 2 players from southern Mississippi could have held those down easily. What Oswego needed to do was to expand their resources around the map. And we saw it when Mississippi attacked. When Mississippi attacked the basement that last round, their 6th round, they did a great job. They had Zofia coming from the blue hallway. They had their players at the bottom of the main stairs trying to push through the hallway. And they had the players in the motorcycle room trying to come in and push through church. And what this creates is kind of a kill box. I mean, you don't want to be in blue because you're being shot from not only the blue hallway, but also from Moto. You don't want to be in church because, well, anyone can swing the doorway at any moment and kill you, as well as anyone can swing the Moto door. You really can't do as much as you would like from the Arsenal room because you have 2 to 3 different angles that you need to be watching. And so you need to spread out your resources and create more problems for Mississippi. 2 attackers in the same place is one problem. It may be 2 different people, but when you group them up, when you make them so close together, they're completing the same goal and ultimately doing the same thing. And so the defenders only need one answer. And last round, Mississippi had the answer.
I'm not too sure. I mean, it's a great point to make. I mean, sometimes splitting up your attackers is a great idea, but sometimes just keep them compacted and doing the right things is another great way of doing things. You think about it from this perspective. See, for instance, they had actually that church wall open and 4 players all in the right positions, then that looks a little bit easier. I just think the problem was necessarily, in my opinion, and I mean, this is the thing, Siege is a fully opinionated way of doing things. I just think that potentially they're just not focusing on the right things, and well, right, they are an absolute freebie for Drummond spraying through the wall and somehow absolutely ripping apart the Axles.
Axles, it's dropped. That's a unfortunate pick because that's the buck, not the hard reach gadget. So Flexi still has the ability to hard walls. It is the flashbangs and the soft destruction, meaning that Danky is going to have to shoot out the wall on their own with their assault rifle. Reconstruction work with the shotgun may not be the most efficient thing, but it's definitely better than doing it with the M4. So eventually it will work out though. The grenade goes in, destroys the seal of Spicy Fish. On the other side of the map, kills Mello on the roam. We've been talking about how good Mello was last map, but Mello's been just as great this map. And shutting him down, that's going to make Oswego's chances of victory much bigger, but Blobfish will get shut down in turn by Reza. It's going to be a great kill from them, and hopefully they can really hold down Rafters, as it doesn't seem that there's much to contest them for the time being.
Yep, certainly is to be the case. Drummond already looking to get aggressive on towards the breach where Danky is. And I don't even think is actually able to walk through the breach. No, he's not. Drummond picking up that freebie and not even a refrag to come through. It finally does, but not before Southern Miss closed out the series and the map. GG's cast thread through this chat, and just like that we have our winners. 2-7-1 wins from Southern Miss as well. They move through this map almost uncontested. A great round and a great cast from us. I know I'm a bit, sorry, not a great cast, but it was a great cast. I thoroughly enjoyed it. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, what a series.
A great game to cast.
Yeah,
it was a great game to cast. Southern Mississippi. I mean, okay, let's turn the tables on Oswego. Oswego, they played well. They were showing a lot of times that they knew what they were doing. They just didn't know sometimes the best way to go about it, and that really hurt them in the long run. Mississippi looked clinical today, and it's going to be hard to take down a team that's really in that flow state, really just grooving with each other. They're really meshing, and just everything's working for them, and that can be hard to take down. So I don't blame Oswego too much for losing this one. It was a rough game from them, but they'll come back. They do have another week. There is always another day. They will live to fight another day. That's all from me, though.
Yep, that's all from me. That's my casting done for the night. I mean, it is midnight over here, unfortunately, but well, at least I get to go to bed. I mean, happy that I've casted some good Siege. So yeah, I'm buzzing with that.
All right, appreciate you coming out. Have a good one. Oh yeah, we should probably mention that this isn't it for the cast though. This isn't it for the stream. Sorry, cut. Come back. We'll be back in a little bit with different casters. That's actually going to be Binks and Fellow, two good friends of mine, casting another game, and you definitely want to catch that one. So don't leave. Just we're going. Have a good one. Stay safe. Have a nice night. They'll take care of you over at 9EST.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to NECC. I'm Binks, joined with my good friend, fellow. We have a really exciting game coming up for you guys tonight. It's going to be Greenville going up against Ottawa University. Not Ottawa in Canada, Ottawa in the US, just to confirm.
Yeah, inside of Kansas. And, we brought the teams. Might as well go over the standings as well since we have the time, as for once, we're actually on time for a broadcast. That does not happen in the esports scene at all normally. This is a rare sighting, but since we've got two teams to talk about, might as well bring them up here. Greenville, they're teetering on that edge of deregulation moving into the playoffs. This win really matters for them, whereas Ottawa, they are at the very, very top. The only team beating them right now is Southern Miss, and they've got the exact same scoreline. The only thing that's separating them is just round differential. So this would be a nice victory just to get that lead up into, first place. But if they lose, it's not that big of a concern. What is a concern is if Greenville Panthers can actually bring this victory home to make sure they're at least a seat or two above everyone else. That way they do not fall down into either 7th or 8th.
Now, that is a pretty interesting concept. And also, they are still playing the catch-up game going against Southern Mississippi, because I don't know if you mentioned it, but Mississippi did manage to win their game earlier today, which means that Ottawa is going to have to be able to win with enough point differential. So that just means you could win 7-0, and that would push you enough to be able to beat them. But you know what else really helps us determine who could come out on top? Our map bans.
Fair enough. I mean, that's something you and I always talk about, or I do very heavily, because comfort can really be king. I mention this all the time with Valorant, especially since almost every single agent in Valorant is very good. Just depending on who you ask. Some people aren't a big fan of Yoru. But hey, let's talk back into R6, not so much Valorant. It's Cafe, Coastline, and Chalet. So we've got one boring map essentially on the board, and that's only the first map. Then we've got plenty of exciting stuff leading on. Some of my personal favorite picks of Coastline and Chalet, just because of that sheer aggression you can start off from the map, just in general, just because of how defender-sided it normally isn't in comparison to something like Cafe, which a majority of your rounds will be won on that defensive side.
I am really looking forward to being able to see how these teams are going to adapt on Coastline, especially since we're going to be able to see that more gun-heavy manner, and I think Ottawa's really going to be trying to play into that. But with that being said, I wouldn't count Greenville out of it, because we have not seen too much of the fight out of them yet, but Cafe is going to be the perfect time for them to show it as we jump right into it.
Especially since Cafe is probably one of the most picked maps overall. This is kind of their make or break. I don't know how comfortable they're going to be on a map like Coastline. Getting into the action is actually the operator ban. So that'll be interesting to have. I'm wondering if we'll see some pretty common picks coming out by both Ottawa and Greenville. Maybe a couple of interesting bans here and there. Who knows? All I do know is that we're probably going to have a Thatcher ban, because that's always a constant in the game of R6 comp. Okay.
Ooh. Now, I'm disappointed with the Jackal ban. He's not always a very essential pick you need. He just makes it so you take the Jackal, you're just able to do something better. You're just doing the job of drones. And the cool thing about Jackal is you can basically tell how close the enemy is to you based on how many pings it is. If they have 5 pings, you can see them in the bottom left of your screen, then you know, oh crap, they're right next to me, or right where I just was. Turn around, flick, you got the kill. Right where you're coming from, you know they're going to be right next to you. It's 4, a bit farther away. 3, a bit farther. 2, you don't have to worry about it. Regardless, 2 more picks, bans. Thatcher, Mira, pretty standard stuff. Exactly what I'm assuming Fella was expecting, just because they are so powerful and potent on this map. Mira being able to create those crazy lines of sight, and it makes some of these sites even more viable. And there you have it, Valkyrie. It seems like we're just playing the stats at this point.
Honestly, Banks, I really would have preferred seeing Awamai ban, because of his recent buff, he actually can bring more magnets than what he was used to. I think it's an extra 2 from his original kit. So it's kind of like the old Amai, except he just has no shield, which is, thank God for that. That'd be way too much utility. having him available almost every single round is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with, especially if you do not bring enough utility to begin with, and if you do not actually coordinate that utility. And having Kowalski actually in-select that pick other than him or a Cocaine Chef, that's going to already be a big red flag for me, especially since it appears that Ottawa is opting to bring out the Zero instead of extra stuns or grenades. They actually have no grenades in general. So this is going to be a very interesting first round here, just based off the operator picks. We haven't even seen the prep phase going underway yet.
Not to mention the fact, we also have the Thunderbird now in play, in case you guys are wondering. Hey, that's not allowed. No. That quarantine period has now finished. You said the Hokage Chef? How did you pronounce that, fellow? Just to confirm.
I just kind of winged it, so probably just Chef until we figure it out.
That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. But Chef, they got their vaccine. They're ready to come out and play.
Chef.
And
10 seconds to go.
I'm actually really excited to see how it's gonna be set up. You can see her little health systems. They are set up right along the bomb. You want to make sure, and this is an absolute must, you always set these up in a spot that is 100% defender favored. Otherwise, you're going to be completely giving them up. The moment that those are compromised, they hurt your team so much more, because I guarantee the attackers don't have that healing potential.
So far, a pretty quiet start. Only the first few seconds of the action phase. There's going to be some pretty common setups coming in by Ottawa. Almost every single round, you see a top-down clear, except on this first floor. Plenty of intel being gathered on the pulse, though, and Rain is going to mark it off that beautifully. Already losing that initial roamer off the wrap, as a very precise shot will be landed by Rain. That's quite detrimental, as that's a big way to waste time and also players. That C4 was able to land with help with that cardiac sensor. Could have been a pretty easy pick for Greenville, but already being down off on that deficit is a very upsetting sight for them, especially since so much value is needed in this win. Now turned in a 5-on-3, things have taken a turn for the worse, and it just keeps getting progressively worse and worse. Chill Doctor on a roam will manage to shut down Braves, but he's Tachanka. He needs to be in sight. So that forces a 1 versus 4 essentially, with Kowalski trying to keep things intact while the Tachanka has to come back to site.
You can now see the heals also coming out, as that defensive position has now inevitably been compromised, as Marsh is even attempting this plant with 1:35 to go. Tachanka pushing up the stairs. He's going to have to find his lone defender buddy. Now, never mind, Kowalski will be able to win out his gunfight. Braxy getting lit up on that Nomad, and we're at a bit of a stalemate as both these players are looking to make their mark. Rain finding one, now left up to the Wamai of Kowalski. Give me an analysis. He'll find one. That's a quick headshot, looking for a second. He'll trade it out. Good shots from Rain, and Ottawa will take the first round.
I think the really big issue there for Greenville was just their positioning. They kind of let the site just be free after Ottawa found a couple of picks here and there. And the Tachanka roaming, I don't know why that was a thing, because he has so much utility to play plant denial and just general site denial. That's something you kind of need when you're down on the player count, and Ottawa's setting up for an execute. Also, Kowalski just sitting near Pixel and not deciding to aggress was also not the best option there. So Ottawa will take a pretty seamless first round win. They got a couple of nice picks. They utilized the information that they had in pocket, and the rest was history. Greenville, once again, now reattempting going to this top floor. I liked their lineup last round, and I like it on this round too. It's just that overall positioning really nullified everything that they brought on the board. The magnets weren't detrimental at all. The Shamika launcher wasn't utilized at all. Everything that you brought was not necessary. Just because of your positioning, it made all that util useless.
All right.
10 seconds to go.
Now that you've gotten all that analysis done, I got the important information. It is pronounced Hokage Chef.
Yeah.
I got it. I figured it out.
Objective is to defuse
I think
the
that's
bomb.
I got my highlight of the night, personally. Figured out a name, and I'll try to remember it. I got it in front of me, so hopefully that will work out. The prep phase has come to an end, as Bar and Cocktail will be reattempted for the first time. And pretty slow. I'm really interested with this push, fella. You mentioned the first time that we almost always see these teams go for a top-down, but on the case of Ottawa, they don't do that. Very smart from the Thermite. If you guys don't know what he did there, this is a golden rule that I think all of you need to start following. You always repel up the side, whether it's south, west, east, north. You always repel upside down going up, because then you're able to turn. If you're facing up, while you may be able to climb faster, you're not going to be able to turn. You can't turn your body enough. You need to shoot the player at the white door. Very smart play. I tip my hat to that Thermite.
Once again, the aggression by Greenville being suppressed. Got one player. That's Kowalski playing close on Ticket. He's going to get an easy pick because of that. Sun reset will actually reset entirely. And he gets aggressive once again, over swinging and staying his welcome. Shuts down Jammo, or I guess Jammy, depending on how you look at it. And he's still out for more blood, just waiting patiently. Will finally back off deeper inside of Piano. But he's not giving away this map control for free. He's still punishing. That's a third for Kowalski as he's shutting out this red control almost entirely, leaving just Marsh and Braxy left alive. These guys are confident players. Braxy steps up huge, gets 2 in the round, a nice equalizer to seal the deal, and the only thing they have to worry about at this point is just Kowalski, as Braxy finds a third, and on such little HP, this Wamai all by his lonesome is bound to meet the same fate. Braxy with 3 on the round, a massive play by the man we know and love most, Bing says. He's coming up huge to keep his team alive and secure a second on the attacking half.
That was just a round of absolute highlights. We saw the first main highlight come out from Kowalski, and he was playing inside of Cigar, like denying everything from Red Stairs. They could not get through that hatch. To highlight a few things, that pick coming where he was actually able to shoot the player holding the hatch should never, ever happen. If you have a player that's trying to push through that breach, you want to have that player already there, situated, ready to support them, to look down, to make sure that they're okay. Never, never, never do a peek. He nearly snagged 2 headshots there. And that would have been easily the round, because I believe it was Braxy who was also up there. Is it the Zero's job to be watching that? More or less. It's more the Zero's job to make sure that he knows exactly where that mute is. The sprays from down below. It just seemed like an inability
located by attackers
to just pressure him out of there. And the number one way to fix that, you have the clear down below. Get on the windows. I know you're scared of those repels. You get on those windows, you're able to look right in. That entire area becomes a red zone for him. He has to get out of there. But anyways, that's Ottawa with 2 rounds. And I'm glad they're not reattempting to go bar cocktail again, because Kitchen is definitely the right move, because it opens up a lot more possibilities.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I think the only oversight here by Greenville is that they're going for an anchor setup, which, yeah, that's not bad, but you have all of that first and second floor to play with. Why not have at least a light roam up there? Because Ottawa, they're doing these top-down clears. They're playing classic Siege. They're not bringing the operators to have, a classic game. They don't have a lot of nades. They don't have a lot of SOP destruction. That's fine. But you're kind of giving them free map control. At least Hawkage will go up above to at least stall and even put himself with a Kona station. So that's not too bad. But having nothing on that top floor, definitely a huge issue, because now Ottawa will just get so much map control for free that will allow them to start getting that actual necessary site coverage pretty early in the round and start another successful execute, which has really been their bread and butter a majority of these rounds.
I think it's all going to come down to the efficiency of Ottawa. If they are able to clear out the player inside of Train, which is Hawkage, that will be the entire round right here, and you'll be able to see the head. You can't use the grade. Worst part there, that entire healing station. Let's say that Rain realizes, hey, I can now go heal there. That's all that work that was just done in that gunfight, gone. And that's probably one of the scariest parts. Very smart thing to do right here. Now, unless I'm wrong, that Thermite charge, never mind, should have. If you place it in the right spots, you should be able to deny from above and just actually open up the wall, but I do believe that has been changed. Meanwhile, Braxy, we know he's a menace. He'll take out Kowalski, attempting to go for the roam or the late flank. Won't work out too well. Now left to the 3 main anchors on site.
I don't know how to feel about that exothermic. I guess it's not horrible as you have a lot of secondary heart destruction, and it doesn't make a gigantic hole, and you have very limited breaching charges. So not the worst play, and at least you still have that man advantage. Raxi's losing a bit of health from those evil eyes inside a bakery, but that's not an issue. He'll just change position, tries to go for a secondary hard breach, and the mute jammer somehow does not destroy it? Huh. I guess the dome effect of the jammer has actually been utilized. It might have just been out of range, or that's a huge bug that just allowed Ottawa to get away with a pretty nice sightline that can cut off a lot of proper angles here for Greenville. So already in that 5-on-3, limited time as well. Things aren't looking too harsh for Ottawa. Greenville, their only option is just to punish this push coming in through due to the fact that there aren't that many seconds left here on the round. Now, 20 overall. There are some nice angles being held. I don't know if Doctor is aware of the push coming from Prep. He will be just in the nick of time to shut down Braxy. Now in a 5 or 4-on-3, my mistake. Turns 4-on-2 as Rain gets a very vital pick, and here comes the rush. Marsh now with the 3rd on the round. It's just chill Doctor. He's on such low HP, doesn't have a Kona station near him either, so he'll have to fight this one head on, and he's just locked out of the other part of Kitchen. Sun resets will shut him down. There's a 3rd round in a row for Ottawa. Just able to work those picks throughout the whole round. It allows them just to play a trade game, simply put it.
Not just a trade game. It may look like madness, but there's a lot of... It's a very calming nature, if that makes any sense whatsoever, where they're able to work around the opponent, but not in a way that they're letting themselves get pushed around. They're maneuvering and molding Greenville to where they want them. They have a general idea where they are, and they were able to get those picks. As they push in, that information is clearly getting relayed, and they're using it to their advantage. They're ready for the swings that they have to take. And most importantly, I'm seeing a lot, especially at the end of the round there, no matter where the Jaeger pushed up from, they had the cross peak, whether it was Rain on the 0, you had Sunrest, Sun resets. I can't read today, fellow, but the point is, they're recovering. Reading does suck. I do too much of it, and I'm still no good at it.
Bomb located by attackers.
It hurts my brain.
That's fair.
Should get back into reading.
If you guys have any good text that we should read, and it's not the Bible, then please put it in the chat.
Yeah, you're
10
saying.
seconds left before insertion.
I have a point because of that.
5 seconds
The reason
remaining.
is, everything can be related back to the Bible if you actually go and make hypothetical clears, which makes it that much more interesting. It's actually true. With the way it's set up, you can actually relate anything back to it. Now that wrinkles my brain even more than the reading, but anyways, we're back in this round. And once again, I don't like this. Don't reattempt the same site over and over again. I know this is only their 2nd time going here, and they almost had it last time, but I'm still not a fan. Because they haven't fixed what we were looking for last time. You have Chef, who could be on the roam, I'm not too sure, but they're giving up so much of this. Destructive capability is there, however. 3 to 5 breaching charges still remaining. Those could be put into good effect from both the IQ and Sophia. Not to mention the fact that that electronic scanner will be able to spot out just about everything from above.
Definitely a big hard counter to a majority of the utils that Greenville's brought. They've got Vigil Scanner, which can be countered out by the IQ, and he actually pings them all the way through basically the majority of the map due to that mild rework that IQ actually received. So they're aware Vigil's on the prowl near Brown Stairs. That could be an easy pick later on due to how well Ottawa's been droning on out. But they can also spot out the mute jammers, like I mentioned, the kite electric claws, also the Kona stations and evil eyes, but you can't destroy those outright without meleeing them or destroying them with some kind of stop destruction. So they can only really directly counter the jammers, the claws, and also Vigil's gadget as well. So far, Ottawa is just looking to go for a pretty standard clear, yet again. They're not as explosive as they were in these previous couple of rounds. It's still that 5-on-5, which could give Greenville the upper hand, but there's still plenty of time left in the round. This lack of impact in terms of kills will only be detrimental in about the last 40 seconds or so when Ottawa are really trying to up the ante and get that execution done and dusted.
I think it's really worth mentioning right now that look at the 5 players that are on site. They're pinched. There hasn't been any action. There hasn't been a reason for Ottawa to engage. They've been in complete control from their ability to just completely maneuver around this entire second floor. And there's going to be the first kill from Braxy. He'll take out Kowalski on the Vigil. We have to wonder if the scanner did play a role in that, as they did have that early information. And now they're pressuring site, and there's only so many places they can be. Braxy finding a huge second headshot. Meanwhile, Jamo, he's rotating towards Bakery. Braxy taking another one. That's a quad kill for Braxy. Only with the headshots, the ace from Braxy, and the flawless. Huge shots. He just denied the entire round.
Yeah, that's just game sense by Braxy. He has been in the comp scene for quite a while. I remember casting him back at the Foxborough LAN that both NECC and Stay Plugged In did back in June. Yeah, he's a pretty good player. He just has that natural game sense. He's been around the block before. He knows a thing or two, and he was just peeking common angles, not even with any information, with a pretty good gun. The Commando is not that horrible. He's got angle grip, so he can swing aggressively. And it just worked. Simply put it, Greenfield were just giving him the opportunities to find picks. You should never be trying to take gun engagements that are 50-50 as a defender. You should always try to have that upper advantage. And that was the biggest issue by Greenfield. They were just letting Ottawa get away with some basic stuff. Because other than that, they were great at wasting time. They didn't give Ottawa those first initial picks until the 40-second mark, which would have been a problem if Ottawa couldn't find those frags, but luckily Braxy was quick on the draw during all 5 of those engagements, making it 4-0, moving in round number 5, with Greenville not having any success. I'm guessing that's why they're wanting to pick the last site of choice, Mining Room and Fireplace, not even opting to go Reading Room.
The last time that I even considered this site viable was before the cafe rework, first of all. And it still wasn't viable. I just took a Mira and did my best to go shoot, shoot, bang, bang. And
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'm not a fan.
Well, it's not bad now, but you really need to know what you're doing on this site. That's the best way to put it.
Where's the extension? Yeah. You're all on second floor. You cannot play the site. You can't electrify the hatch. The fact that they've been taking this many breaching charges, they have Braxy on the Ash. Although it's not as much breaching capability as last round, you're hurting yourself, and I don't see why. You may have the Kato on the board, you may have this partial denial, but it's just so very hard for you to hold on. You're going to be pressured from every angle.
Yeah, you need to have a legitimate extension in towards Cigar and Piano if you want to defend Mining Room to deny that vertical play. And there's a little bit of util, but a very minute amount by Greenville. They've got, I think they had an ADS and Mozzie sitting up there, but Irony Pants, he's still just kind of vibing up above, but doesn't have a lot to back himself up. So he's just kind of playing up here for a little while and then either gets a pick and then runs away, and that will literally be exactly what happens as he shuts down the top frag of Braxy, then repositions yet again as Ottawa are trying to get this map controlled desperately. If they find this refrag on top of that as well, this could be huge. They're not sure that Pants was playing so close, and a team kill erupts. But at least they'll secure the frag on Irony Pants eventually. The damage already being done, so not a bad defensive hold by Greenville, but now they don't have that much to fall back on after those first initial gunfights.
There's some good and some bads about this round. Warding pick, interesting. Could work because there are still 5 flashes left on the board. Could work quite well. Why Thermite isn't taking smokes is beyond me, but anyways, I digress. Another interesting thing, that's right, 2 C4s still remaining. If they are able to calculate this properly, or be able to look exactly where they know these players are going to be coming from, and all this noise from White should be a pretty telltale sign that that's where the push is going to be coming from. And a slow peek is not what you want to go for, and very unfortunate timing for Kowalski. He'll have to rotate back because he did fire some shots. And here is the vertical destruction we talked about, coming a bit late in the round, 50 seconds to go. These are going to have to be set and absolutely run to get onto the site. But it's not in train. It's only in mining that you have to go for that plant, which is 1 room over. Meanwhile, Sun will be able to find a pick onto Chill Doctor. That is the Jaeger. Pretty interesting pick. But now 3 players left, all on the second floor. The clear is there. Hatch is open. And it might seem like a kill box is setting up.
much time left, exactly. You just need to set up in a few power positions here at Greenville, and they can stop this
15
plant
seconds
potentially. They've got
remaining.
2 nitro cells, and they are in some nice spots here. Very limited on time. A hatch drop
seconds
might
left.
be afoot by Ottawa, as they're not going to be able to rotate fully. The audio call comes in through. They've gone in through the window. Sun up above gets rid of Pokage, and now he just rushes in towards mining room. He's got great coverage. Kowalski annihilates him, but the plant is still going down. And the denial, it's not there in time. We're at a post plant, and JMO gets a very vital pick. It's all up to Ricky, and he will not be able to get the double kill in time. Only good for one with the Magnum. That's going to make a 5th round here for Ottawa. They are just looking unbeatable to such an extent here on Cafe. And I feel like Greenville could be doing much better, but I really don't know where to put my finger in this one exactly here, Binks.
Well, you're not pointing your finger right now. Right now, your finger's all bent up, and I think you just need to extend it. The same way I'm pointing now that I've extended my finger, I'm pointed at Greenville. They need to extend. Playing just on site is not going to work, and I do think that we have a lot of telltale signs that this will be switching, with Caveira and Oryx both being taken. I don't know if that was a random pick. It is very bold considering how close the
Defenders, protect your bombs.
closely we've been seeing the Braves play together. But I have to wonder, why? Why are you trying the same site over? This site is so pivotal that you have to play both on site, setting up how you want the attackers. The attackers have been moving around you and adapting around you to know exactly how they want to push. I feel like this extension is just going to play right into what Ottawa wants.
Definitely, because there's basically no util to deny the Candelas, the flashbangs,
10 seconds
everything that Ottawa's bringing. You've got ADSs, sure, but that's nowhere
seconds.
near enough in this kind of meta that we've established. You've got the roam presence, sure,
Attackers are heading
but there's nothing to back it up. Once Hawkage gets cleared out, same thing with Kowalski, they've got to run away. They have nothing to fall back on unless they just retreat back into sight, which is another problem because Ottawa can play the executes really well. It has come down just these extensions that Greenville has been doing. That's what's been giving them the chance to slow down Ottawa. A great example was Kowalski when he was sitting around near Cigar and denied a lot of plays right around Ticket. And we in basically the same spot yet again. This time the Cigar shop and then rotates closer towards Ticket. But other than that, it has not been that bright of a day here for Greenville, as Cafe has just been kind of an upset for them, which is shocking because this was their map pick, I believe.
It was. And based on the fragging potential, that's the most concerning part. All these players now rotating, trying to catch the Caveira of Chef off guard. Rain will do just that. He will be relegated to the bench for the rest of the round. Now, 5 players left. They have to clear one more player of Oryx, who is rotated into Freezer. This is a dangerous position if he goes unnoticed, but the moment that he is spotted out and you hear the drones maneuvering around him, they will be absolutely detrimental, but they don't even need it, as Braxy on the Ying has started to push in. Proximity mine giving away his location. He'll wait, throw in a second Candela, caught by the ADS, and the Lions Can will be there to accompany him. Meanwhile, plant will be attempted by Marsh, really moving things along ahead of schedule. Braxy finding one, Kowalski with the refrag, C4 coming out, will not be able to find any of them, also giving away his position. Now swinging out, spraying down the thermite of Marsh, not able to account for Rain, who has now come up strong. Kowalski now left in an undesirable 1v4. To keep his team alive, he has to find all of them in the matter of 30 seconds. Swinging around the corner, first up will be Braxy. He'll opt to go a different route. Could be the smart decision, or maybe not, as the information is there. Braxy shooting right through the wall. He was ready for it. Ottawa going up 6-0 on the half.
Yeah, so a pretty common thing is to have kill holes in the 2 single walls leading between fireplace and mining. That way you can just have a better sight line into mining room. Because that wasn't a thing, you had to funnel right in through the little archway of the actual fireplace itself, and that got a couple of freebies there by Braxy. Yeah, just not the best overall play for Greenville there. It's already 6-0 for Ottawa, and I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to bring this one back at all. Their lineup is very questionable with no hard breach. Thank you, Ricky, as he goes off the Dokkaebi onto the ace. So I'll have to go eat my own words there for just a quick second. So that makes the lineup a little bit better here. But if it weren't for the Flores, they'd really have no util denial, but I guess that's okay
Defenders, protect your bombs
because
from
it's
being
looking to be
defused
a
by
very
attackers.
heavy roam comp by Ottawa as well. This is quite questionable here.
On bar?
Yeah,
All I know
don't-
is
I don't know how to
that
think
I've
about
been
this.
I've
Bomb
been
located by
dying
attackers.
to yell interrogation. So
I think you're gonna get it.
I hopefully I can keep my fingers crossed. It's gonna come down to, and this will give us a nice little glimpse because we're not gonna see too much, assuming that Ottawa continue on their reign of terror.
Attackers have
We'll be able to see a
discovered the
glimpse
location
of Greenville's ability to really go for those clears with the drones. Their ability to drone here is gonna make or break the half. I think it's quite unlikely that they're able to come back, but if Ottawa can do it, if a team can go up 6-0 in the half, then so can they. It can be completely opposite when they switch. With that being said, spawn peek being attempted by the Bandit of Rain. Unfortunate, no one spawned to go into his crosshairs. Now we'll have to rest, as it looks to be pretty safe for the attackers of Greenville.
I think Ottawa's where they can just play for picks and they'll be okay, which is why they're running a very gun-heavy team composition. They've got some shields, and they can utilize the Banshees as well for util, but that's really it.
Uh-oh.
Maybe this Nitro Cell could find some impact as well. Plus charge goes out, so that gives away some information there by Rain, and he will reset the other one near the red hatch, but it's not going to find a single soul as no one's located near that area. So a bit of wasted util, and Braxy now dies off the rip as well by the hands of Chill Doctor on the Ying. So, not the greatest start here for Ottawa, and a pretty good one for Greenville. They're in some nice positions here, and they've only burned through about a minute on the clock. They could really set up for an execute here, so long as they get the intel to back it up.
It's an interesting position, and it's quite Gemmo, quite an interesting predicament, because they could step in, and this is before the Malusi died. Oh no! Tavera coming up strong. They'll be able to find Ricky. There goes your ace, and I don't believe he was able to do his job on the hard breach, leaving a lot of pressure up to both Chef and Chill Doctor, because they have the hard breach devices that their team are going to need, as well as Flores, I do believe, is the other remaining player with the hard breach. No, never mind. I'm losing it, fellow. They already used one. Regardless, Rain's on site. Interesting crosshair, and it's going to make it work. Here's what I think is going to happen. Based on the lineup, they have completely hinged themselves. They haven't cleared out Cigar. They only have two main ways they can drop. They're not using the windows, meaning that they have inevitably turned this site into the kill box. They have the Ella for the sound awareness on the other side, but they are forcing the drop the moment they step in, and we could see the interrogation, but there's the trade, as Sunrest will be able to take out Kowalski, leaving it up to the three players remaining on the side of Greenville.
Other than Kowalski, it really appears that most of Greenville has not moved a muscle, and once that has happened, it's just been refrag after refrag. Case now dropped, top of red hatch. You've got to make that move, and you don't have all that much util. You've got a singular Candela, but Rain can just back up. He's got a Banshee to play around, and also near the Cigar drop hatch. The drop comes in through by Chill Doctor, and it's a missed opportunity by Rain, but he'll re-swing it, and Chill Doctor just has no idea. His headset's turned around as the audio call was not good enough, and a one-tap by Marsh to seal the deal on Cafe. 7-0 for Ottawa. What a brilliant shot. Right place, right time, and right aim for the situation at hand. Flawlessly done by Ottawa, as they want to go to coastline quicker than we anticipated things.
Where was the good night?
It's a thing called sportsmanship, Banks. You know, T3 does not give us that all that much, but Collegiate is actually quite nice about that. What a first map, though.
I wasn't expecting the one tap. That just...
I was expecting an Intero,
it was a
but
knockout.
That didn't happen.
It was a knockout. It was lights out right there.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Huge picks from Ottawa. And we're going to throw it to a quick intermission. I need to gather my bearings, fellow, because Ottawa just sent me back in time. Man, oh man. We'll see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
going to witness the most anticipated match in history.
We know that team's down there, right? I also know there's like 5 or 6 guys in this lobby. Desperate. For just a hint of love.
Give him the love tonight. Give him the love tonight.
That song earlier, did you make that up? I don't think I've ever heard it.
Yeah, I just made it up.
It's great.
What was it again?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is NECC. We just saw an explosive first match between Ottawa and Greenville, and that was a 7-0 on Cafe. And I have to remind you that that was Greenville's map pick. So now as we're moving over to Coastline, I feel like that explosiveness is only going to multiply.
Yeah, a bit of an amplification, I suppose, since we're going to probably one of the most TDM-styled maps in R6 Coastline. Due to the fact that things were just so gun-favored for Ottawa, I really don't see us going to a third map. And that sounds pessimistic, because there were some good plays by Greenville, but just not enough to seal the deal. There was a reason why it was a 7-0. It was a pretty decisive factor for Ottawa in that first map. So transitioning onto their pick, like you mentioned, Binks, things are looking not so hopeful for Greenville, but maybe they've got an ace up their sleeve, a rabbit up their hat. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, as yet again, we've got bans to talk about first and foremost.
I think this is what it's going to come down to. Greenville need to make a statement, and the taking out the buck is going to do exactly that. Although Ottawa didn't take the buck in any scenario previously, I do like the concept behind it. You're trying to limit that fragging potential. You're trying to take something away, take something out of their strat book, hopefully. But if they are able to shake up the defensive side as well as Thatcher, this might be the first game that I've casted in a very long time that Thatcher has been able to escape this banning phase. We could see a big shakeup, and I want to see the exact same for them on the defensive end because they need to get the upper hand during this ban phase.
Yeah, this is probably the only map where Thatcher actually can see play because he's not a vital ban due to the fact that how little hard destruction really matters on most of these sites, or when it does matter, you normally don't need a Thatcher to actually allow it to happen. So having the buck instead of the Thatcher makes a fair amount of sense. He's actually pretty good on a couple of these sites. So that's not the worst ban here by Greenville. Neither is the Valkyrie. I think the only ban issue I have here really is the Kaid, in all honesty. That's really my only nitpicky thing. But other than that, these are relatively normal bans with a couple of added spices to the mix, I suppose. And because of that Cade being banned, we actually have a Mira on the board by Chill Doctor, and I'm hoping that can be their saving grace moving on these defensive rounds. But bringing the Mira on Hookah and Billiards, that's a shocker, Binks.
Where are you going to put it?
Maybe if they're doing an extension in a VIP, that could be good, actually, if they do that. But I don't think they're going to, because they have nothing else to help with that extension, except maybe one shield? And those
They're not vulnerable from the roof as much either.
Need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
as many
it
bombs
could
as they
maybe
can.
work, but I think he's going to set it up between Hookah and Billiards.
Please don't.
That's not a good idea.
No.
He's
First
thinking
of all,
about it.
you can watch the window. Second of all, like sure you can watch the window is what I mean to say. With the moment double window gets opened up, I'm sorry, you're not winning that gunfight. No matter how much you prepare, that's like you're betting on something that's so. Oh, fellow, no. Like this one makes the most sense.
10 seconds to insertion.
But like, no, it doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. I'm pessimistic about it. You play it properly. That's
Defuse the bomb.
something you can easily take out. What, fellow?
They didn't reinforce VIP wall. Or
No.
any of them. Oh, no. Lay epic old school. Hookah Billard's hold.
It might not
And
matter.
yeah, I don't really know, to be honest.
He's noticed. He's noticed. It's Kowalski analysis.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
The wall is soft, Skipper.
Yeah, you could reinforce it now, but still got a point of no
It's
return at this
too-
point.
There's no noise. Highly unfortunate. You had a good eye there, fellow. Where are these two mirrors at? That's what I really want to know. We have all these players stacked up.
One's in vase, and then one is between sight, the one that you and I predicted about. And then yeah, there's one at vase door, watching into hookah as well. And I think the mirror put it the wrong way to guard the single window into hookah. So a bit of an upset, to say the least. And she's almost dead already too.
Nice shot from Ricky though. That not too surprised about mirror getting lit up and that mirror almost being completely unviable now. You'd have to take the castle if you want to properly set up or something like that, but the sledge completely counters it. Regardless, we're already in midway through the round. The hypotheticals don't really matter. What matters is Eddie can hit his shots. He'll rotate and run to the other side, narrowly avoiding the nitro. And two players on Greenville, that's both Chef as well as Doctor, they're both lit up right below or right around that 50 health mark. They can still put a pretty good dent on the round, but they're in inopportune positions.
I think they're trying to play a little bit farther back. Irony Pants, pretty vital position. He's got that FO12 to play close inside of CV. A 2K now for Ricky, but it will only get up to that double kill mark as Marsh will shut him down. Eddie gets a nice frag on towards Hawkage. So evening things up now. Chill Doctor's still on pretty low HP, but he's playing quite aggressive. He needs backup from his teammates, though, to allow that to happen. And having no toxic babes or anything to really deny this plant for that nitro cell, which just got depleted, is going to be a huge upset because they need to find that frag to actually kill Braxy on the plant. And there's coverage from Big Window. Marsh shuts down Chill Doctor, forcing Irony Pants and Kowalski to try to retake the site. Here comes Kowalski from behind inside of luggage. He'll be the main factor in terms of trying to get the site back in the hands of Greenville, but he's currently locked out as there's several angles being held on his current position. Irony Pants, that could allow him to step up here and maybe find some success, but that Big Window player is just out of range from that FO12. He tries to wide swing, but March and Braxy swing in unison. Now all up to Kowalski, and his position is well known at this point. Braxy will annihilate him just as quickly as he did in helping out removing the Ella. First round goes the way of Ottawa, but man, it did look like a good start for Greenville, but then the cracks showed in the structure, and it turned to a collapse.
Braxy on support?
Hey.
Braxy on support?
He said supports can't frag. Yeah, it's just his support map.
I respect that. I respect that. I love support on Coastline is probably one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie to you, fellow.
Yeah, I think he's what, a flex player? Oh,
back in the day, I used to support on Coastline was icing on the cake. But we talked about changing to have that castle to help out and how the sledge was in play. And I had to stop doing my hypotheticals because the push was already happening. I think they heard me during the middle of the round as they have realized what was wrong. Don't put it on the exterior wall though. That doesn't do much over there. Anyways, exact same setup. Change for the castle. I enjoy this. It's a perfect switch. I want to say you want a castle in between the two sites and use the shorty to open up the rotate. I don't think that's going to be the case though, because the three that you're blocking off hurts the defenders a lot more. You're preventing your rotate back. You're preventing your flank, the cross angle. Although you have to worry about roof and the jump down, it's just not a viable push that you would see.
Attackers are moving out to locate.
Yeah, that's the really big problem with Castle, is if you don't place them properly, then they can be pretty easy to destroy by attackers, and that basically makes your roll on Castle pretty much just useless. I was trying to find a better word for it, like that, for example. Castle Barricade already breaking. You could have used maybe a breaching charge for that and not a Zofia explosive, but since there aren't any shields on the board but one in the hands of Irony Pants, it's not that big a deal because you have both Ash and the Zofia. So it's just the little things that really go a distance here. And sadly, because there's mute jammers on the main quad wall, the Selmas will not be detonated just yet, but if you play some vertical play, you might be able to destroy them. So far, pretty slow start by Ottawa as they're just kind of gathering their bearings, I suppose. It's up to the same shenanigans yet again for them, though, and since we're going back to Hookah, this could be a pretty easy way to set themselves up for another successful take towards Aqua due to the very heavy anchor presence here by Greenville.
Readjust. You gotta readjust, Doctor. This is your power point. You have to take the advantage. Nitro be cooked. Not close enough. Will light him up damage-wise. Marshall will be able to escape with his life, as will Doctor. He'll rotate all the way back towards Hookah. But look at all these passive angles now being held. Ottawa putting on the pressure, just like we said they had the ability to do, and now it's just about converting that pressure to kills. Now, you mentioned earlier on the round how you didn't like that they opened up. They could have used the breach charge. I actually really enjoyed that because we've seen players do nothing but watch that window. There's a false security that a castle barricade will set up for the defenders, and that when it's broken, they are so very paranoid about it. Where in the past, we've seen players, as soon as that window's broken, they don't care too much. Nitro will be cooked, not going to have anything to stick to, giving a free kill to Marsh no matter how lit up he is. And now the cross angle is there. Mirror window favoring the the attackers in this case. Fighting at Braxy, not able to finish off the kill. The ammo count just is not there. Kowalski on the flank can't get in because he's blocked off by that castle barricade, giving Braxy the freedom from the plant. Rain will be downed and finished off by Dr. Quick refrag for Marsh though. 3v4 post plant. Ella is there, pistol in hand. She also has the ability to whip up that FO12 shotgun. She'll do that, ripping Braxy to shreds. Kowalski going down on the flank. Meanwhile, Eddie, he'll find one. EE1D being cooked and sent out. Chef finding one, looking for a second, won't be able to find it. Eddie and Marsh finishing off the round. Huge play from Ottawa, really maneuvering around and shutting Greenville down every chance they got.
Yeah, that was just not a good use of the castle at all. Like you mentioned, normally you put a rotate hole in the aqua walls that are kind of near the hatch / default cam. And oh my god, this lineup just screams ranked by Greenville. Oh my lord. Rook, Capcan. Capcan's not bad now, but like Rook is, you never pick Rook. I'm hoping he's 6 picks or something.
No.
Not off the Maestro. Okay. Have Rook pick up. Oh my. This is interesting. Is Kowalski going to be spawn peeking then? Because that's a dead giveaway. If you bring a Rook out seriously in a comp game, you're probably spawn peeking, and that's like all you're worth. You can just hold long and
run out
5. You are very loud if you run out on a Rook. That's kind of a high risk, high reward kind of thing. But so is spawn peeking, so touche, I guess.
Fellow, there's one pet peeve I have more than anything. I hate it when people chew with their mouth open, and I'm sure everyone else does too. More importantly, however, not everyone is taking their Rook armor. What's going on?
It's funny you mentioned that, because I think Caster forever ago made the joke of when you play Rook and you place on his armor, it should just be like screaming like a loud siren.
I'm pretty sure that was Milosh. I'm pretty
until it was Milosh. and then until all the armor's picked up, it makes no noise. So now it would have stopped as Chill Doctor was last.
No. I think there's still one.
No, that was the last one. I counted it. Okay.
Is there an armor buff? It's supposed to show the Rook. Okay, we're good. Okay, I can take a breath.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, go ahead, fellow. Go ahead.
Well, we did hear the MP5 in the background by Kowalski. He was getting aggressive, but didn't kill JMO / Jamie. So he'll still be alive to utilize all 3 of his stuns, his E1Ds, and his gun, because his drum mag vector is pretty dang good. Put into really any hands, not even just the right hand.
What?
It's just one of those guns you need to respect from a majority of the time here. Roam clear is coming in so far by Ottawa. That'll flush out Irony Pants just a little bit deeper into the building. But other than that, some pretty basic stuff coming in underway. No real initial action, as you have to gather that util before you make, or intel, sorry, not util, before you make that inevitable push.
Fellow, I think I missed some patch notes. Since when can the Twitch drone jump?
Oh yeah, during the in this season now, and it's got infinite range. They actually made those changes live. Yeah, fun fact.
How I thought that was test server. I just saw that happen. I'm like, whoa, that's interesting. You know what else is interesting? Ricky, my man, you got the Rook armor, and it actually saved him there. I want to highlight that. Ricky would be down right now, I believe, if my math is correct, which probably isn't. Braxy, what? How does that happen? Rain getting lit up 2 minute 15. Flank coming out. Good pinch from both Marsh as well as Braxy trying to make up. But Irony Pants, he's on the flank. He's ready, and he's holding down upstairs. He's done a very effective job. An absolute thorn in the side of Ottawa. They have no time to clear him out as the 1 minute mark has now been reached. 3-on-4 advantage facing Greenville. This could be the first round we see on the board for them.
They never cleared out Irony from VIP, and now he just has free reign of the other half of the second floor. He'll move it around, being a bit of a nuisance here. Spots out the Lion. He's on such little HP. Just needs to land one more shot. You can't make it that close, Irony. Caught in 4K. But luckily, your teammate's there to finish up the dirty work, forcing Marsh 1vx. Limited time as well. No case coverage either. That's right around lobby, I believe it to be. So it's going to come down to all gunfights here. I don't think Greenville's going to allow him to get away with it that easily, as they're all just set up in long angles, forcing the hand of Marsh quite heavily. Swings on out in towards Kitchen, spots out Hawkage, but isn't able to actually connect the shots, and he runs right into the pre-fire from that MP5K. First round going the way of Greenville. Funny enough, with a very ranked S team comp, and I feel like that's not the last time we're going to see it in this matchup, Banks.
I think that could have been them looking at the door and just slowly opening it a bit more. Smoke pick, end of that one. Kowalski and Chef, they're the ones that I want to see. They normally go for the more out there picks. Bandit was a random pick because an operator was not selected, so we should be able to see a 6 pick there. Since it's Penthouse and Theater, which could work out quite well. I like the pulse though. Very interesting about Penthouse and Theater, and a lot of people forget about it, is that a lot of the floor in VIP, as well as Penthouse, is destructible. And almost the entirety, if not the entirety of Theater, is all destructible. So Pulse is able to deny so much and give so much information from down below, go for the run out. Honestly, this is Pulse's site.
Oh yeah. Especially if you don't clear out that roam, which Ottawa's been good on doing a majority of these rounds. But last round was a prime example of them actually messing that up. They never cleared out. I believe it was Irony Pants on the captain. He was sitting in VIP and Hall of Fame that entire round, and then rotated to Luggage and almost killed Jammo. I mean, he got him down to literally 1 HP, so he was easy picking for the rest of his teammates. But if he did manage to kill him earlier on, you know, the more the merrier, I suppose. So if that roam does not get checked at all by Ottawa, then when they go for that execute, they're going to be greeted in open arms from a Nitro cell by the bald man himself of Pulse, playing underneath with free wall hacks, essentially, all for free.
Assault now underway from Ottawa, and I need to highlight this. An Ash going on a drone. I know that if any Ash is going to do it, it is going to be Braxy. It just makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. The fact that now Braxy knows exactly where Kowalski is, and this will lead to a panic position. Now they're trying to rotate out, pre-fire the angle, and he still hits the shot. Braxy is an absolute madman when he's not shooting his own teammates. He'll find the opening pick onto Kowalski. And now he has the daunting task of continuing to clear the second floor without too much support from his allies.
And he still makes it work somehow. That's an impressive shot again by Braxy. Mira gets opened on up. That's another sight line that anyone can use. A bit of a double-edged sword as Braxy is still clearing out this roam, but is not aware that Irony is playing so close on the castle. He's extended up in billiards by himself. This could be an easy refrag if Ottawa plays their cards right. Another thing I want to highlight is Hawkage has never been cleared out. All he has to do is play patient and wait for that execute. Has to have the plant go down, and that's where he can finally have some impact here on the round. On a minute 30 on the board, time still ticking, but not that much of a threat. Irony Pants tries to come back into sight, and Marsh cuts him down. 4-on-2, the only one in sight is Ricky Picky, but as long as Hawkage can manage to utilize his utility, that cardiac sensor, properly in unison with a Nitro Cell, this could be massive, but instead, he's actually going on the flank lanes.
This is the wrong choice, I'm sorry. Hawkage, you just gave away the info that there's a pulse, and he's down below, and that completely contests everything that Ottawa's going to try to do. They're now going to plant in an obscure spot. You're not going to have to read it as well. Long story short, your life just got a lot harder, although Ottawa doesn't have enough time clearly enough time to be able to actually get rid of this roam entirely. Ricky, that's your angle. You don't need to peek it. Hide. Always just hide. Pulse is going to come huge now. He's the final one. Chef, can he cook something up for this round?
Underneath.
We all want to know. No. Why would you need to use that vertical presence? There's no other option. The C4 being cooked, prep not going to do any damage. The lost potential. He'll run his head.
This just the visceral sounds Banks and I are making. We are so upset. Hawkage, you were underneath the entire round and did not move. And we were like, all right, that's not horrible. At some point, Ottawa has to come into sight. And then you get impatient. And so did Smoke. Ricky got impatient too. It just wrong timing completely. If you wanted to go back up top earlier in the round or relocate in that middle floor to use a C4 to stop the clear near hookah or billiards, pardon, that's fine. That's totally understandable. But if you're going to just wait all that time and then come back on the retake, that's not the proper play. Because you can utilize your C4 underneath your cardiac sensor. You can deny the plant as all the flooring is destructible. The only place that you can probably plant and not get killed by Pulse is on the bed. And not many teams know that you can actually plant on that bed, unless that actually got patched through and you can no longer do that. But I am 90% sure you can still plant on the bed. And now Greenville are going back to this site that they just butchered. And I'm at a bit of a loss for words, in all honesty, too. I'm upset. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts more, fellow.
Like, you brought all this good stuff to defend, and like you were in good positions, and then you just got why are there two mirrors there?
So many better spots.
Binks, do you want to talk? Do you want the talking stick? I don't.
No,
think I want the talking stick anymore.
I don't. What
All
do
right,
you need to talk about?
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't have too many positive points. If you're going to go for that mirror setup and rely so heavily on it, you have that Itali 12 shotgun, you have this super shorty from Castle, and you got that mega puncho fist from the Aruni. Make holes in the VIP wall. Use that hold to your advantage to make sure the attackers are the one that feel contested on that VIP ledge. Not once they open that, they realize, oh crap, because they can leave that wall completely closed and live happily ever after on that ledge. Not sure the thought process. Arnie Pants clearly does. He'll take out Eddie. That will free up a lot of room for the roam. And he's still left uncontested inside of Billiards, but his position should be compromised as there are two attackers moving in towards Billiards now. Audio Hugh coming out. They're not looking his direction, giving him another free kill. Now for the refrag, he needs a third, and that will help secure the round, hopefully. But nope, Rexy's there to shut him down. But what's this? That's right, a refrag from the mirror of Chill Doctor, now leaving us in a 3v2, minute 47. Ottawa has a lot of room to play around in this scenario. However, they have to make it work as fast as possible. Because if they allow the players of Greenville to continue their setup and get into the position that they want, that could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Marsh will correct me as he takes out the, I believe, Aruni. No, I mean, Malusi. Wow.
Oh, well, goodbye, Mira. I guess you're right eventually. So,
yeah.
So 1v2. Overextension is going to be your demise, and it happens yet again right on schedule as Marsh will find a very decisive shot on the Aruni playing back a bed. Well, here's another round will go the way of Ottawa, 4-1. One more until we go into that awfully dreaded second half here. I'll give Greenville a little bit of devil's advocate. It is much more challenging to defend Coastline than to attack it. But they also started on defense on Cafe and lost that one 6-0. I don't think it's going to be that much of a drastic change when the sides eventually switch, especially on play style. Like, you bring out the mirror on Penthouse, that's totally fine. No. But normally what you do is you put a mirror window in theater with the sight line leading into Penthouse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
that
many
way
bombs as they can.
You can stop a normal execute that happens in Hall of Fame, which is what Ottawa's bread and butter was when attacking Penthouse both times. If you had that you could have played inside theater. Where were you playing? You were playing out in the hallway in 90 when they had Willard's control. And then you had the Malusi play, I don't even know where. I think she was outside of theater as well and just died off the bat too. So that forces a 1v2, and you had the man advantage, which was great, then you lost it. So just, again, I mentioned this map 1. Your positioning overall is not that good. And if that one little thing changed, that could give you a lot more round wins in retrospect, because other than that, you're bringing fairly decent operators, and you're winning a couple of gunfights here and there. Like Irony Pants, did a lot for you on that last round, and if the rest of your team was able to back up Irony Pants there, that could have been a completely different story, honestly, for Greenville.
Raxi, I'm looking for you to come up huge right now. He does have the Amaru, not the best pick considering you are downstairs. Rain able to take out Chef. Don't know why he was outside of the kitchen, but I guess the Chef will never reveal his secrets. What are you doing playing on those stairs? That's the highest contested area from the attackers in the regard that it's completely free. There is absolutely nothing that a defender can do while playing on that angle. They are stuck and visible from every particular spot. Meanwhile, Irony Pants, he's done a phenomenal job on this roam game. However, it works a lot better when the attackers come to him. Meanwhile, he'll go right into the shots of Eddie. And now with 2 minutes, major advantage on the side of Ottawa. They have control of second floor. Shield Doctor's already used his nitro for the round, and it just seems like everything is burnt to a crisp already.
At this point, there is not much Greenville can do. They cannot stop the suppression up above with this verticality. It's only a matter of time before Ottawa transitions lower into coastline and gets his execution down. They break the castle barricade with a nice lineup with a grenade. A bit of a waste, but hey, at least it was flashy, I suppose. And here comes the double prong push. Only a matter of time before it actually gets executed, as that E1D has not gone off just yet. But it's only Ricky left alive, so it might not be necessary. It finally detonates and allows Braxy to get quite aggressive inside of kitchen and service. So there goes the round and the first half with Ottawa, a pretty substantial lead, 5-1. 2 more, and they'll get this best of 3 series completely finished off, with Greenville really not showing all that much resistance up against the dominating side of Ottawa. And I'm really hoping here, I'm praying that Greenville can bring this one back on the more attacker-favorited map of Coastline, as they're finally on that beloved side, moving in the second half.
Why?
And Binks is growling. I think I know why too. I know why. Yep.
This isn't Call of Duty, man.
No quick scoping allowed.
I don't care if it's a TDM map. You don't, unless your ADS speed for Cali was 10 times faster. It's not happening.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Those highlight plays that you see on YouTube, I'm sorry, they're not a reality. There's a reason why they're highlight plays and not a daily occurrence. You need to play in the manner that you play safe, secure around your team. Cali is meant to be there, because Thatcher's never there. You have the Thatcher on the board. If you really feel the need to disable that much utility, then take the Thatcher. Now, this could be big brain in order to deal with the Mira, and that's the only thing I can possibly think of. Besides that, fellow, I got nothing.
There are a lot of long angles you can hold as Cali. One of them being from security into kegs, where this mirror window is actually currently placed, that Unnamed Gamer is highlighting very well. So thank you very much for that. Your observing has been quite good this evening, so props to you, man. Other than that, though, there's only a handful of other places you can play really well as Cali, one of them being the service door. Most of these angles have to do with going in for a service take. There's one you can hold inside a hookah too. But other than that, Cali is not the best on the board, especially nowadays, because her gun doesn't really one-shot anyone anymore. Very often does that not actually happen. And Shattered Gun picked up going on a reload, so that allowed Eddie to get a couple pop shots off on her. Nothing to kill her outright, but she'll be softened for later engagements. Other than that, though, no bloodshed has befell Coastline moving into the second half. It's been a slow and steady attempt by Greenville to start out this rush. They throw out a couple Candelas, but they haven't hopped into sight just yet, wasting some vital util and allowing Ottawa to reposition and punish because of that, Biggs.
I like that pick. Was it a bit over-aggressive from Ottawa? Yes, but was it warranted? Just as much. Not to mention the fact that how's the diffuser on the other side of this barricade? So you're not using the cover to your best of your ability. Callie now rotated over to Sunrise. We'll be able to find one as Gemma was, I believe, previously lit up, or probably just the fact that that 50 cal sniper does do a lot of damage when you do land those shots, but that doesn't make you an entry frag when using it. You have to play conservative and continue to play around your team. And man, I want to be wrong, because I like to see those highlight plays, and I'll go just as crazy, because I know Irony Pants is capable of it, but it's just a matter of just what's really in the realm of possibilities.
Oh no. Marsh is up above right now. He could maybe find a devious lick if he just goes down to the vibes or drops courtyard maybe. There's a line inside the courtyard, but not any longer. He's starting to, put some of his presence up near mirror window towards the lobby. Braxy, brilliant shot on towards Ricky. He barely manages to stay alive though due to the Kona station and finds yet another kill on the round. Rain over aggresses here, spots out Cali, shuts him down pretty effectively. All up to Hawkage, sitting with the long angle to the half barricade, or half table I should say, inside a Sunrise bar. Goes up for the aggressive swing. He's got to win some gunfights, but Braxy denies it from happening. Make it 3 for the Mira player. That brings us match point territory. Moving into round number 8, the Cali pick, it kind of worked out, but then once things got close and personal, it kind of dwindled away, but so did the rest of Greenville.
Looking at the current scoreline, we've seen a massive change. We talked about how if Ottawa wants to be in first place, how they need that round differential. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Hello.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh this is interesting. I mean, these picks aren't like bad, but they're just unorthodox.
Whoa!
Yeah. That is
We're
one of my
sync.
favorite
We're in
words
sync.
to use.
We're
It's
in
a good word
sync.
for this, yeah. We were a duo for quite some time, so I think we've seen the same instances time in and time through. Yeah.
Fellow,
I mean,
on PlayStation, we didn't even see this.
Bomb located by
No,
attackers.
we did not. We saw some interesting stuff though on console. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some interesting stuff on Xbox too. Oh my god, those were times to be alive. If there is,
it was a different time.
Yeah, if that's how you want to improve or learn how to cast, just go solo cast like console games. That'll get you up to par pretty dang quickly. I am not.
That's
gonna lie to you.
sarcasm. I want to make sure you know that's sarcasm.
No, I mean, it's if you want to work on your own craft. Then
Yes, that's true. That's
absolutely.
very true.
That's it, though.
But if
Everything
you're
else is
already
great.
duo casting, then you may be hurting yourself the same way Braxy is completely hurting Hookage. Quick refrag from Kowalski, however. An explosive start to this round. Fellow, I'm interested to see where this one leads, because there's a lot of speculation. Kowalski has to come up big for his team. He's now gotten his second for the round and for the game. And this shows that there has been a change in momentum. Irony Pants, who has been doing quite strong, is lit up to quite low health, as well as Eddie will get lit up. Lion looking for his third for the round. Kona Station's doing their job, being able to heal Braxy right back up. And I do believe the Jaeger of Eddie, if he rotates back, should be able to receive the exact same treatment. But now with just over 2 minutes remaining, the defenders of Ottawa are in more of a sticky situation.
Case gets covered. Luckily, those track singers stop Eddie from aggressing. And E1D gets popped as well, as this roam is still being a nuisance. Marsh is not giving up this power position inside of Sunrise. He's wasting vital seconds. Doesn't even matter if he dies, because there's plenty of coverage. Braxy going on the aggressive angle, and he will reap the rewards instantly. Goodbye, Ricky. You no longer have to worry about those logic bombs.
Yeah, one shot, Marsh.
Missing some shots, but it might not matter. He's got backup from Braxy in a couple seconds here. He just has to burn through a little more on the clock. Wide swing almost comes out. Improper timing, though, by Marsh. He looks away at just the wrong moment. It might not matter. Again, look at Braxy. He's on the flank, and I don't think anyone's watching. Marsh, a brilliant one-tap just like last map, and it's all up to Lion Kowalski. One of the key factors of last map with some brilliant plays, but he'll be brought down 6 feet under. like the rest of his teammates, dead in the grave. 7-1 Ottawa, only giving away a single round. What a great 2-0 series for Ottawa, but I felt like there could have been more done by Greenville to make that more evened up between the two teams.
I'm sorry, the one tap. they
again.
hit different. I love it. I love it. Huge
Yeah.
plays from Ottawa. I want to make a special request. Our producer Michael, he's been doing a phenomenal job today. Hopefully, he can pull up the scoreboard so we can just do a little bit of predicting exactly where these teams are going to
Standings?
go. Standings.
Yeah.
I don't know what I called it.
That's a good idea.
We're
the
Canadian.
Score, but that's
Okay,
the same
so
thing.
we see 9-3 differential 6-6 75. Southern
Yeah,
Mississippi
alright.
should be moving to second. That means Ottawa has now taken first place from that round differential that they were able to squeeze out today. You can see the round differential all the way on the right side of that scoreboard, 46-37. So that is around 10 rounds. But if we look at the differential gained on the side of Ottawa, I do believe that is 7 and 6. 7 plus 6, 13. I can do math. I better have been right. And there you go. That's more than 10. And if Southern Mississippi even had nearly a close game, that should put them ahead. So there you go. Thank you for getting those standings up there. I'm really impressed with that performance. I think we need to give another shout out to our main man, Braxy. Really coming out there and performing, showing his versatility. Ace, Thermite, Ash, I want to say Nomad one round, Zofia.
I think so. IQ as well.
IQ, thank you.
Yeah, he did everything.
That's
he was a little flex
versatility.
player. Yeah. A little bit of everything. I guess he was feeling himself that matchup. But that concludes the rest of NECC this night. That ends the day of R6. And then tomorrow, I believe it's, man, what game? I always forget here on Thursday. It's Overwatch. Ah, that's right. The colorful game that hurts my brain to cast. I did it once and probably only ever once because it's tough for me. My brain does not work that fast, but I believe Michael was trying to relay me some information while I was talking about Overwatch about a 7-1. It's probably about this game. Southern Miss was
so they
7-1.
maintain it.
Okay, so it might be, yeah. Okay, they will maintain first, but it's pretty dang neck and neck. So I feel like these next couple of matches, just for seeding sake, will have a pretty big impact. But other than that, both teams obviously are going to qualify at this point. I don't think there's going to be much discussion about that, or they'll be pretty dang close. They'd have to go on a pretty bad losing streak for that to happen. But all that being said, I've been Fellow, joined here by Binks. If you want to follow our Twitters along with NECC's Twitter, feel free to do so. With all that being said, we hope you all have a great rest of your night. And if you're interested in some Overwatch, and go stay tuned for tomorrow's games where we will have that on the board. But other than that, like I said, that's the end of the show. Have a great night, everyone, and to maybe see you all again for some more NECC action in the near future.